Waiting for the countdown. Oh, there I go.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Welcome to this rainy day in the background, apparently.
It's chill chat, relaxing taxi time.
Yes,
Yes.
we are here to just kick back, have a cup of Joe, haha,
Or tea.
and or
What?
tea,
Or
and
whatever makes you feel chilled.
just have a chat. We do have some special guests with us. I sent out, a couple flyers, possibly, and so we definitely have one now. We might have some more show up later on in the stream, and you know we'll just we'll roll with it like we do. And I don't think there's much else. I think it's self-explanatory with the title. We're
I'll
gonna be
explain it
we'll be Ten Commandments and the 12 Universal Laws, and
for this episode. We've already talked about spin-offs and more comparisons, this versus that.
yes,
But one thing at a time, it can get overwhelming. But I'll
indeed.
explain more of my questionable thinking of, is this going to go somewhere or not after the intro?
Alrighty. So here's the intro. Grab your last couple things and let's get ready. And welcome. Mic check.
Check, check.
Are we good? Are we clear? 5 by 5, 1 by 1, 3 by 3.
Something in the his out.
Are we good?
Welcome to the coffee chat with that couple. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yep,
And,
what pointed the right way. My better half. His better half. With the coffee.
Yes, which we literally just made a nice fresh brew because it has been a long day to say the least.
We had to
So
run around and do stuff. and we were so organized to the minute to get in
down
here
to the wire.
and have some fun. It's mostly chill because it's gonna be my 2 cents, Joe's 2 cents, personal perspective, opinion. We have visuals, so to speak. We're gonna show the list of the 10 Commandments, a list and or like video. Did you get the video downloaded?
Yeah, we're good.
It's a really nice video. I'm still getting more familiar with some of the 12 universal laws. I feel like that's kind of how I've pretty much lived my life because I wasn't raised in a church. I didn't start reading the Bible until I was 22, and I had read a few other books trying to figure shit out in life, of course. And then when Joe and I met, married, had kids, we were going to his church, and we got kicked out of his church because I asked too many questions and I was challenging the hierarchy, whatever. It was a non-denominational church. It wasn't like a Catholic church or anything. It's just an overview of I settled in, I was learning, I saw the structure, I saw patterns, and I saw the dysfunction. Okay, dysfunction's everywhere. But then I saw the corruption, and I'm like, hey, oh, you have to leave. You can't point that stuff out. So that did make me not want to read the Bible and keep looking for answers and having the New Testament version of saying, have a relationship. You can have a relationship. You can challenge mankind and still have a relationship with the New Testament story of figuring things out. And yeah, I'm not trying to say I downplay it. I phrase it a different way of how I'm comfortable with talking about it because I'm still learning. I'm still kind of getting comfortable with it. And I'm 41, so 22, 41, and minus 7 years, subtract and add isolation and not talking to people for about 15 years comes to a whole point of I'm still learning.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. So the questions of thought with looking at the 10 Commandments and the 12 universal laws, my thought pattern was is one better to rule society by itself or the two coexisting with no other laws or government, possibly? And it couldn't be a type of utopia without all of the euphoricness of utopia. Like not all rainbows and butterflies, but real stuff of life. But would it help to have like less is more, I guess?
Yeah. And because we have such grand questions to the topic, again, I thought I would throw out some flyers and see if someone else would like to talk with us about it. And I got a couple, so let's bring up someone who could possibly help answer such questions.
And we've had a talk with him before, and it was really good.
Mr. Super Sidewinder.
The super.
Well, thank you, guys.
All right.
And you don't
nice to be on with you.
Thanks. You don't have to turn your icon off if you're more comfortable with. You don't have to turn the camera on.
We are very flexible here. It don't matter.
Can you see the ceiling light, or is it too high, or because I don't?
Oh, you're good actually.
It looks like a halo above your knowledge of wisdom in your cranium.
How about that?
You're good.
Better?
All good. Yeah.
Awesome. So
it might have
for having
some other.
There's some coffee talk. I got coffee and everything.
Yes,
cool.
indeed.
Yes. Thanks for coming. And we do have possibly another person or two, but schedule-wise, it just depends on if they can make it. All good and super. You don't have to hang out the whole time if you've got other things to do. Joe and I are a train wreck, and we can probably make it work by ourselves. We'll drink more coffee and go batty.
I'm here for you. I'm the support crew.
Awesome.
So
thanks.
All right, so to start things off, we are going to read the 10 Commandments, and then we're going to read the 12 Universal Laws. After that, then we will kind of get into things. So to do so, I will do a share screen.
Share it
Can we
down.
see this?
I can see 1 through 5.
Alrighty, here we go. So, the 10 Commandments, according to biblically speaking, number 1, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay, I am going to, I'm sorry, character broke out. Okay. Number 1.
It's really good.
It's been a very long day, folks, so bear with us. We will get through this. Okay, 1. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Number 2. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. 3. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. 4. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 5. Honor thy father and thy mother. 6. Thou shalt not kill. 7. Thou shalt not commit adultery. 8. Thou shalt not steal. 9. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. 10. Thou shalt not covet. Okay, so that is 1 through 10 of the 10 Commandments.
In case you didn't know.
Next.
I often forget some too.
Yes. Next, we will have the 12 Universal Laws. Okay, so number 1, Law of Divine Oneness.
Can you make that bigger? What? Make it bigger.
Maybe.
Super and I were talking about how bad our eyes are. So
right.
Yes.
Is that better? Is that a little better?
It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah.
It won't let me zoom in any further. Okay.
It's a lot better.
Sorry, folks, but okay. So 1, Law of Divine Oneness. 2, Law of Vibration. 3, Law of Correspondence. 4, Law of Attraction. 5, Law of Inspired Action. 6, Law of Perpetual Transmutation of Energy.
That's a load.
We need fancy words, folks.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
7, Law of Cause and Effect. Ooh, I like that one.
We've been talking about this one a lot.
8, the Law of Compensation.
Sounds like an attorney commercial.
9, I know. 9, the Law of Relativity.
JG, what?
10,
A real one, not Einstein's.
Law of Polarity. 11, Law of Rhythm.
There you go, Super.
And 12, nice one, the Law of Gender.
Oh, that's going to be controversial.
This is whatever the law.
Masculine and feminine energies.
So now we're gonna start with the 12 list first. We're gonna go one by one. The first one from 12, and then we're gonna jump over to the first one from the 10. That's what I'm gonna refer it to. 12 and 10, like driving. That's 2 and 10.
Hello, everyone. Showing up now, but yeah, that's funny.
12 and 10.
Not of this world.
That's how you
Drew
drive.
Duncan. Lugnut, Super's in here, of course. The Michigander, Little Bunny, anyone else lurking. You know what? We love you all.
Oh my god, that was so cheesy. You go, we love you all. You rock. I was actually gonna play this. I was gonna play this one.
Long day, folks. Like I said, long day.
He's hitting strong. This one's a throwback to everybody hanging out with us.
Oh, gotta love it. Wait, I tell you, no matter what, you can always expect to have fun with JJ and Joe Cole. Just guaranteed.
Yeah.
Even with research, it's all good.
My background's wrong. I forgot to change my background. There we go.
Aw, there you go.
Mm-hmm. That birthstone hits hard sometimes.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty.
Okay.
So the idea is to talk about one and then talk about the other.
The first one
Yeah.
of the 12 and then the 10, because the 12 I think has more thinking to it than the first one on the 10. The first one on the 10 is like self-explanatory, you know.
Yes.
Even
I
I
have
was
a question before we start, like just hammering away on the 12. I've never seen this list before, honestly. The list of 12 that we're presenting. So
someone else said that to me before.
My big question of the day would be, who assembled this list? What's the basis for this list?
Did you have that pulled up, babe?
You know what? That is a very fair question. And to be honest, there was a few things like that question that we kind of, wanted to do kind of on the fly, so to speak. Just to go, you know what?
We're pull it up on the fly.
Yeah.
We've been looking into it for about.
All right, let's do this. Who created the 12 universal laws, right? That's the question.
Yeah.
I brought it up to somebody else who also said I've never heard of that.
Everybody.
Can you guys see that? What a word. The laws are often associated with Ho'oponopono.
Oh wait, I got it. Do I have it? Oh man, do I have it? Yes, I do.
Ow, mau, mau.
Mau. Yeah, that's it.
That's a shout out to J Dreamers.
That's a throwback to like last spring. I was like, what?
Wow, that's really what he's saying in there too. Holy crap.
So according to this, it says the laws are often associated with this name here, which is a meditation for freedom originating in ancient Hawaiian culture. Some of the laws, however, are also attributed to Hermetic philosophy going back to ancient Egypt.
So that ties into Hermes Trismegistus.
But it doesn't say who actually created them, though, right? It just kind of gives you a.
Well, I didn't want to like have a showstopper right out of the gate.
No.
You're going to wonder where.
No,
right?
No.
We like to break it down and kind of go. How do we research sometimes? We've given an example of buffering, giving an example, or even showing how we think and then displaying it, because hitting those roadblocks is hard to like process? How do you deal with roadblocks? How do you deal with like somebody like you just asked a question going, oh, did you guys know who wrote it? Who was there
Yes.
more than one author? Because I
Yeah,
find
like
more
the
than one
common
author.
sense question, because like for me, JJ, it's like, how did I get through 61 years of life and never hear about the 12 natural laws? And they came out of
That's no joke. I can't
Hawaii.
tell you how
What else do
often
we
I've heard
follow out
about
of
that.
Hawaii?
Yeah, because I never heard about
That's
it until
weird.
recently either.
See, I've heard it in music.
I mean, of course, I've heard there's natural law. To me, natural law is
Right.
all the stuff that you would know inherently, like your moral compass that you wouldn't need any book for, right? Like you'd know not to kill anybody without having to read that in a book. You know what I mean?
Or you would think so, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you would
I
like
don't
to think
know.
so.
Some
And
people
then-
not drinking their
And
coffee,
then
so that doesn't happen.
what I understand then is the next step up from that is common law, which is based on, it's like man's law based on natural law, where if you don't hurt anybody or damage their property, there is no crime.
Right.
And it's something that's enforceable in a tribe or a county or a city or a state or a region, whatever. You all agree that in addition to what we consider natural law, we also want to enforce these following things. But it's common sense stuff, and there is nothing frivolous like jaywalking or went too fast or weren't wearing a seatbelt on your one wheeler.
Yeah, so this says that over several years, Newton worked until he had developed the law of universal gravitation, which that's not what we're talking about.
There is
it's
a
not
couple-
part of it,
I want
but
to say a couple different laws that have the word universe in it as I
Yes.
was filtering through the research. So I said sometimes I'm just going to say there's a couple different authors because
authors overlap.
it wasn't all one package at the same time. It's been kind of added to and worked on. But if you type in, how did I
To
look
me,
that up?
it's a lot like the seven deadly sins. It was pretty much just made up to keep people in line. Like that didn't exist anywhere in
Say
scripture
adjustable.
or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I think I screenshot. Oh,
I really didn't mean to derail us if we wanted to
no,
start
this is
hammering
not
Oh,
away.
no.
This is spot on. This is good. I just thought I was looking at that, realizing that earlier, and then I forgot to. Okay. One author, last name Wilder. Does that ring a bell? Wilder. I've heard that one before.
Oh, Wilder, yes.
Yeah. The first one is going to say this law states that we are all connected through creation. Wilder says. Wilder is one of the last names. I forget his first name already. Oscar Wilder? I was looking at something else too, so it doesn't help when you multitask looking into things and then you mix things up a lot. But also, anybody in chat can get a gold star cookie, digitally speaking, if you want to add in, if you know who you could teach us. We appreciate being taught and shown stuff. So I had heard the I'm gonna call it a phrase of people using maybe in a song, universal law, reap what you sow, karma kind of stuff. There is a Lauryn Hill song where she talks about the universal law, and I want to go back 20 plus years of the miseducation of Lauryn Hill, her album. She was singing the stuff that was giving me a lot of insight to another culture, honestly, because I was like 16, 17. And her music is awesome on that album. But that's the reference. I was listening to it the other day, and I was like, oh my God, that took me back of the first time I probably heard universal law. But the fact that there's 12.
I'm still sharing, okay.
There's 12 universal
You gotta
laws.
wonder if there was there one universal law and then there was two and then there was three? Like, I mean, was there 12 from the first day? Or,
From what I've looked into and saw, there wasn't 12 right away. It's been expanded on through, I'll say, the centuries. Paraphrasing
Okay.
really badly. Kind of like how the Bible was probably put together. It was put together
Right.
cleverly, as they say. It was written by man who had a great story and
Now
some
we're
great
gonna make even more friends.
Oh yeah,
We're gonna have them just
absolutely.
lining up.
You know.
That's why we're doing this.
So
But we're drinking coffee because it's chill. Chill, chill, chill.
So
yeah,
listen,
Hot coffee.
Drew Duncan put in the chat that he thinks there's engravings of the 12 tables or tablets in Rome. I don't know if that's he's
Really?
talking about the 12
Ooh,
universal. I don't know. That's
interesting.
what he said. Universal laws.
okay,
Yeah, Drew's been doing some great
I think
research.
Yes.
I am going to
if
do
you're
that
searching
really quick.
Google, you got to stick with the 12 then
Okay.
because they're going to get all
Yeah.
sidetracked into
Yes,
the others.
yeah,
Because there's a lot
we're
of
gonna
different-
keep it. Yeah. So what I pulled up here is that it says the 12 laws of the universe origin are not well documented, and it's not clear who first came up with this idea. However,
so there I am cracking the nut.
Right?
Yes.
However, the principles of these laws are based on spiritual, philosophical, and metaphysical beliefs that have been present in various cultures throughout history. And back to that Ho'oponopono name, it says the same thing, you know, a meditation for freedom rooted in ancient Hawaiian culture, right? And then it says, this is interesting, regardless of their origin, the 12 laws of the universe have become a popular concept in the spiritual and personal growth communities and are used by many as a framework for understanding the world and creating positive change in their lives. And I think that is probably more to do with it. But as far as where it first came from and where it was, you know, the blueprints, so to speak, of where it was created,
right?
Yeah, it's extremely fuzzy. It's almost like, who knows, that there is no, you know, that's unanswered questions, which,
right.
you know, in all reality, I would say, even biblically speaking, there's a lot of unanswered questions. So,
There's
yes.
no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Yes.
You know,
and just because we're bringing up a controversial topic like this doesn't mean we know a lot about it, and it doesn't mean that we're going to get upset about anything.
Well, exactly, because again, that's what I feel we're here for, is to learn, grow, ask questions, and see if we can figure it, help figure stuff out.
In any possible way to help each other figure it out. We were, by chance, this morning. Yeah, it was early this morning. We were by chance on a different stream, and it was a biblical conversation, and never had hung out and been on the channel and got to kind of meet him. Joe went up first, and 20 minutes later I went up, and it was really cool to talk about it. And in talking with him and his guest, got some more perspectives of asking these questions, that I wrote down some notes and be like, we are going to talk about what they were bringing up and how they were struggling with that turmoil of, why does God make people suffer? Why doesn't he just talk to us? The whys. There's some whys of having a relationship and or figuring things out in general. And something came up with one of the female guests, and I said, it sounds like your people in general, but you're struggling with somebody else's standards to put on you, which is what it feels like when you take on any of these books, whether it's the Bible or any other written by man indoctrinated book, to fit somebody's viewpoint and standard, which is a lot like, I told Joe, I said, you know what? When she said that, my brain kept spinning. And I was like, standards. That's what most women have in society. When you want to look at the magazine like Vogue, Vogue is pretty much like looking at the Bible, and you can't fit into these standards.
To see how you measure up to it. Really,
with
it's just
so
a
much
measuring
rules
stick,
and regulations going on, you start to beat yourself up, and you start to maybe actually hate things more because you're struggling so much more. And I'm like, you know what? even in the past few weeks, I told Joe, I'm going to cherry pick because that's the only way I can get through it. I'm going to fucking cherry pick. I'm okay with cherry picking. And we're going to talk about what we're cherry picking and maybe expand off that. And I said another thing in the few weeks and then telling her is that, you know what, if I don't fit those standards, then I'm just going to burn in hell, apparently. Okay, I'm just going to be okay with somebody else that wrote a book hundreds of years ago or yesterday. I don't fit the standards. I don't measure up according to
human standards, right?
Yeah, it was a human standards, mankind, society. You go, fine. It's just like, I'm still going to talk about it. I'm still going to figure it out. And
hey, just a gal.
Hey to everybody in chat.
Dustin.
Dustin?
Everyone.
Yo. Just a gal. And then.
Good to see you again, my man.
It is almost distracting when somebody pops up and says hi. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of a thought. And I want to say hi at the same time. I can't look. I can't look. But it was really interesting to have that conversation.
Yeah.
12, 14, 15 hours ago. And then that was a good warm-up. That was a good warm-up.
Did you want to start on number 1 with the
let's
12?
roll
let's get it
video.
going.
It is a great video. We're gonna drop the link in the description box afterwards. It's really great visualization. I'm pretty sure they used AI artwork and put this video together. It is just beautifully done. Let alone there's maybe something to learn from it.
Okay, so we're going to start off with number 1.
Here are the 12 universal laws. You shouldn't let this video slip away, as these laws can and will change your life for the better once you know and understand them.
We shall see.
Number 1, the law of divine oneness. By the end of this, you'll feel a profound connection with everything around you. This is rooted in a cosmic principle known as the law of divine oneness. According to ancient wisdom and modern science alike, everything in the universe is interconnected. Picture a web. If one strand is touched, the entire web shivers. So it is with our lives. Our actions impact not only us, but ripple out to the world at large. Many falsely believe we exist in isolation, but this is a grand illusion. The truth is, we are part of a much greater, intricately woven tapestry of existence. At the heart of the law of divine oneness lies unity consciousness. It's not about being alone, it's about being all one. So, how do you align with this law? Stop separating, start integrating. See yourself not as an island, but as an integral part of the cosmic web. Embrace this unity and watch as your life becomes richer, more compassionate, and deeply interconnected. Number 2.
Can anybody see that? Somebody said, can you share screen? Or were we doing that at the same time? I can see it.
Yes.
Did someone else not see it?
Did that go through?
Did we mess up?
I hope it went through.
I'm going to pull it back to, oops. Where does it say?
Could everyone in chat see the video?
That's a good visual. I like this comparison, the visual with the spider web. Super. I think you're starting to fade with your volume. Say check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Super.
Yep.
Yeah, either.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, because it sounds like he's fading sometimes. Don't fade away. I'll say, don't look into the light. Okay.
Oh, just a gal can only see the avatars.
Did you do it right?
What?
Did you? Do we have
Dustin saying video and audio is good. So.
You know what? If you're on your phone or computer, we've been having major issues also with half of our stuff working. So
I'm looking at it on a phone.
Okay,
it looks fine, but maybe it's the other channel.
PC Realist.
Your channel, JJ?
My channel?
Yeah, could it be that's where the video problem is?
No, because it looks like everyone else is able to see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Good here.
No, it played. It played. I don't know if there was a lag. Maybe there was a huge lag. We get a lot of lags.
Yeah, legs do happen.
Maybe it looks good.
That's all right. Well, we'll do it.
I have it saved. Let me the one I saved earlier.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna count to, I guess, 10. Okay, did the video go away? Is the question. You should see only us three on panel now. I'm asking everyone in chat.
Yeah, I got it on my phone here too. It looks good.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, they're saying the video's gone now. So, alrighty, I'm just gonna go ahead and play the video again. Sorry, and we'll get our minds back into it.
So we're only gonna play and listen. We're trying to listen to the
Okay.
first one. That's all right. It's good to review because if you don't know about it, it's your first time hearing it. It is good to actually even play it again because even I listened to the video a month ago. I was trying to listen to the video earlier today.
Here are the 12.
I still feel like, whoa. So we're going to play it again. We'll do a mic check on the video. Go ahead and play it and then pause 3 seconds.
All right.
Here are the 12 universal laws. You shouldn't let this video slip away, as these laws can and will change your life for the better.
There we go.
So is the video good? Can you see the video?
Okay, video and audio.
Video is gone again?
No. It's they said that before we started playing it.
What's up? The real. Yes.
You gotta love technical difficulties, right, folks?
Okay. What's up?
Yeah, I think we're good. Let's just roll it.
Once you know and understand them. Number 1, the law of divine oneness. By the end of this, you'll feel a profound connection with everything around you. This is rooted in a cosmic principle known as the law of divine oneness. According to ancient wisdom and modern science alike, everything in the universe is interconnected. Picture a web. If one strand is touched, the entire web shivers. So it is with our lives. Our actions impact not only us, but ripple out to the world at large. Many falsely believe we exist in isolation, but this is a grand illusion. The truth is, we are part of a much greater, intricately woven tapestry of existence. At the heart of the law of divine oneness lies unity consciousness. It's not about being alone, it's about being all one. So, how do you align with this law? Stop separating, start integrating. See yourself not as an island, but as an integral part of the cosmic web. Embrace this unity and watch as your life becomes richer, more compassionate, and deeply interconnected. Number 2, the law.
Whoops. It is good to see y'alls. This is, I would say, much most exciting. My speech and skills. So I want to say there's a lot going on with the first one. It sounds simple. I opened it again. Did it work? Did I open that the wrong way? Everything is connected to everything else. What we think, say, do, believe will have corresponding effects on others and the universe around us. That's a lot to, I want to say, to unpack there, to say, I keep hearing about, I don't know what the visual aid of one. I like the visual of the spider web. I get that to a certain point of it saying how connected we are or can be. I think it's like the further you are away from something happening, the less impactful it is, unless you do have a direct connection. You're muted, babe.
Sorry.
There you are.
My bad. So what you're saying is it's kind of like a water drop hitting water. Like when the water drop hits it, it'll have a big impact in the middle, but it'll kind of ripple out smaller and smaller.
Yeah, usually they say that as like the ripples get bigger. Like it can have a ripple effect, but I don't always see it as building up bigger the further away it gets. Sometimes it just smooths out and it doesn't affect you as much. But there's still, I guess there's still an effect. How it impacts you could be like a 1% compared to what more somebody might have connected to the core event, 50, 70%, even if you're further away. So in a sense, because even the spider web's not perfectly connected, that there is some level percentage of being impacted and affected through time, space, and matter. I don't know. It just popped into my head of looking at going. I want to say there was maybe a lot more said, or it was just repeated examples. Mr. Super.
The law of divine oneness. What do you think? What do you think about that, Super?
It's the inverse square law where everything fades off into entropy. You know, nothing goes on forever. Like,
right.
Comes into the whole thought of like the speed of light or whatever, or is the light going to go on forever? Like the idea of looking at something that might have burned out years ago and calling that a light year or more. You know, that's kind of ridiculous.
Buzz Lightyear. My
Lightyear,
brain.
Buzz Lightyear.
I went coffee squirrel. Buzz Lightyear. Yeah. So this is the first law, the law of divine oneness.
Yeah.
So divine. What's the definition of divine? Can you look that up, babe? Because it's not just oneness. They're actually putting divine in there. And I've heard that word thrown around a lot. It's in the show Manifest. They kept talking about the divine, almost like talking about celestials. The divine. I'm going to say, what else do I want to...
Okay, so divine is from or like God or a God. To be divine.
So is that supernatural? How would I use that? Because some people talk about the universe hears you, like the universe. They call
heroes with divine powers. So yeah, it would be like heroes with godlike powers, or something like that.
Right.
Okay. So a divine oneness of saying God is the universe is God.
And then any form of scrying, like dowsing or tarot or anything like that, would be divination. That's calling upon the gods.
So
the Ouija board divination.
Right. The divine is a god-like entity. Maybe that's the word I was looking for. But so a oneness with the divine, like the higher, I want to call it supernatural power.
Yeah, it does imply the supernatural, right? And even by itself, like I said, to divine as a verb is calling upon spirits for help or guidance.
Everything is connected to everything else. So the divine would be the creator.
Yeah, the one. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
I have an interesting. I have kind of an interesting perspective going on right now as I'm looking at this, the picture in the video that is, because I'm looking at it and I go, okay, divine oneness. I think what it might be getting at is that the spider web itself, right, is the oneness, and we are all basically part of the spider web. So we're all connected like a web. And interestingly enough, when spiders make spider webs, right, they could be clear on the other side. And the interesting thing is when a fly or a bug or whatever hits the web, even if it's clear on the other side, the spider will feel it. So I'm thinking that I think that what it's trying to get at with the divine oneness is that we are the spider web. We are the web because, ironically enough, my favorite saying lately is the whole cause and effect thing. that what I do in my life won't affect only me, but it does affect those around me. So even
It
though
affects everything. Yeah.
exactly, so even if I do something on my part of the web, wherever I'm at, it's going to filter out and it's going to kind of shake the rest of the web, so to speak. Now, others might not feel it because they're far apart from me, right? But the closer you get toward each individual, then you're going to feel that buffering. I think that might go into the vibration one as well. I think because that's part of the vibration is you're going to feel, what others are doing. So anyway, all that literally came to me while I was looking at that spiderweb thing. So I don't know if I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs or what, but
if you follow any religious vein far enough, it always leads you to that conclusion. It doesn't matter who you're calling God or
right.
what your religion or any of that. You're always going to come to a oneness, a singularity, an all-pervasive being that is everywhere.
The
Right.
source.
The source.
To be any part of that, then you have to be connected to that as well.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which
We're all part of that collective.
We like to quote the Matrix a lot around.
yes,
source.
yes.
The source.
Yeah, because they showed it to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
They showed it to you. Straight up.
So
That's why it hits you in such a profound way. You're like, well, I didn't think they'd ever show me. I mean, come on, dude.
So I haven't I haven't paused where they're emphasizing in the video to stop separating and integrating.
Yeah, join the one. You're right.
So that maybe you need to.
There's a dark side to that too. You gotta realize what a slippery slope all of this stuff is, right?
Oh,
because on one side, that's a good idea. That's a good idea to join with the positive God if you're sure that that's what you're doing. But on the other side, if you're willing to give up control to the first entity that comes along, that's not likely to be the right God.
Yeah.
Ooh, because can you say that again?
If you're willing to give up control to the first entity that comes along, that is very unlikely to be the one true God, the oneness that's going to approach you when you're that vulnerable.
Supernatural.
That's deep. It is.
We need a bomb sound like.
So yeah, if you're having, I don't know, I'm going to say doubts, struggles, or thoughts of thinking if there's more than one, we'll call it source of creation, that there's so much more going on in the supernatural that just like the physical realm, we got people that are good and bad in every group that play around and play a game with people. So maybe the supernatural is like a reflection of people in the physical realm. We'll go to the supernatural realm. We got good and bad over there too. They got good ones that try to help and guide, maybe, and they got other ones that are playing a game to mess around with people. Like there's an energy possibly going, and we've been very disconnected from it to try and make sense of it all and get back to it. So part of the whole
like
maybe
very, very impish, very, very childish, and very like trickster.
Loki,
like the kind of idiot that was, Loki. You yank your chair away just before you sat down. That kind of idiot,
Yeah, jokester. So
there's a lot of that.
The stop separating and start integrating can still be like, I would still be very cautious and it's still like ease into it of, I'm just want to turn around and pay attention to my actions having a ripple effect. I don't have to jump right into the deep end. I can dip my toe into it. Maybe my feet, see how cold or warm it is, and see how I'm doing with paying attention to myself in the world around us. I do think there is a lot to say cause and effect, which is later down the line on this list. But with the vibration that is also mentioned in this first part of reviewing the video without, number 2 is right after her. With everything I even say everything seems to be connected for sure. But is it 100% across the board? Nah. Might even be less than 1%, but there's a connection. I'm blue, da ba dee da ba da 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 dee da. Squirrel. That's what I'm like. Two groups say Blue Man Group, and then not of this world. I'm blue, da da dee da. Now I got a song in my head.
Yeah, yeah, she's in the Blue Wrench section over here on my channel.
Oh. Need to stop. So I guess we can hop on over to the first one on the list of the 10 Commandments.
Yes.
Really?
So,
You buffered. You buffered.
I buffered again.
We're buffering.
Okay, so sorry about the pause there, everyone. But all right, here we go. We're going to get on to
Number 1 on the other
number 1. And here we go.
I just read what you put. If you post the link in Joe's, I can grab it and post it in mine, and or we'll share a lot. We can do that. Yeah. Because if you're over there, you don't have to hop back and forth. I can attempt to do it. I think Super, you're the only one with a wrench on my channel.
Yep.
The power. Super's got the power.
Super's got
I don't even know what's going on.
Well, besides me, I'm the only other one with a wrench
I
on
have to figure
JJ's
out.
channel.
Oh, here.
But
Sorry, I have to relearn how to do this. All right, read number 1, and
okay.
Joe's gonna give his own personal 2 cents of definition, I guess. So.
All right, number 1 seems pretty simple.
Self-explanatory. That's what I meant to say.
Yes, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay, so as JJ said, mostly when it comes to me and my upbringing and whatnot, I'm more black and white, type of guy. Like, okay, it is or it is not. That's all there is to it. So
I have a visual. Hang on. I have a visual. Hang on. Because we were joking about this earlier.
I can't see what you're doing, so
I have a visual. He's black and white, and I'm the freaking rainbow troll that comes through and messes everything up. I'm like, woo, but I got questions. I'm gonna fuck the system. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I know that's funny.
Normally, I
love it.
would say normally. The last 2.5 years, I've had colored hair, so literally,
yeah.
I have a challenge. What is that? Is it a game where you could challenge? It's the bullshit card game. I thought it was hilarious. I'm just like, we should do that with facts and opinions. Just play bullshit with facts and opinions.
I dare you to dye it yellow.
Oh, man. Yeah, be a banana.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Be a banana.
This is bleached.
Go
this
upside
is
down.
Yellowy.
Oh my gosh.
So,
thou shalt have no other gods before me. Again, to me, 10 Commandments are self-explanatory. So because it's coming from the Bible itself, biblically speaking, he is basically saying, have no other gods before me, the God of this Bible, which would be everyone else here on earth, be it, Buddha or, any other God out here. Doesn't matter what it is. He's simply stating, no other gods before me. I am the God. I'm the creator. This is my word I give to you. You follow this. Just clear cutthroat. Pretty simplistic. So that would be number 1, top of the list thing to do. Again, I will put a disclaimer in there. This is the Old Testament. or the Torah. That's where this comes from. But we're going to talk about it, even though me and JJ believe in the word New Testament believers. We'll get into that later. But for now, so there you have it. I think that's pretty simple. Have no other gods before me.
Are there other gods?
Absolutely.
How many other gods are there out there? Boy, that's
In every other religion, there are many other gods.
Are deities gods?
Lowercase gods below the Most High God. It happens in every religion.
deity. So, what I'm curious. What do you mean by deity? Are you talking about like demigods? Or
Well, I mean, it kind of says it in the first one that this I'll call it the Old Testament Hebrew Bible God is saying that there are other gods because he just said don't have any others. So it's not like we're imagining things. Maybe there are. Let's break down the sentence we just read. I'm thinking about it while multitasking, trying to learn how to multitask and do chat a little better.
Okay, so in the King James Bible, in the version that most people take as what they call the Bible, in the very first book, Genesis, in the 6th chapter, I think it is, it mentions the Elohim. Those are the fallen sons of God, the men of renown, which is just a different pronunciation for renown. Previously known, being known again, renown. So in order for that to have happened, they had to be ancient, mighty men of old. It calls them. So yeah,
Yeah.
those were gods in their own right, but not the Most
Because
High God.
even I still think about that kind of going, what are the other gods besides saying other religions and cultures? Because even I have
So in the
under my name, see, I said Gentile,
yeah,
and I messed up the switcheroo buttons. There you go. Gentiles, I think I'm going to call it the Hebrew Old Testament buffering a lot and had a lot of other, definitely worshiping other things. They weren't the sons of Abraham more so. That's from, I hear a lot of references when it comes to the history for the Bible is to go back to the Old Testament and saying what happened, what went on with the fallen, where's the other gods and deities, where did all this confusion come from?
I got you. Here you go.
Person who's not.
I can give you a couple more examples real quick.
Really quick. I was just going to read this.
Yeah.
A Gentile is a person who is not Jewish. The word stems from the Hebrew term goy, which means a nation, and was applied both to the Hebrews and to any other nation. The plural goyim, especially with the definite article hagoyim, the nations, meant nations of the world that were not Hebrew. So Gentiles were essentially anyone in all nations of the world that were not Hebrew or Jewish or Jewish.
All right.
I'm definitely not Hebrew. So I want to say like my ancestral. Sorry, what?
You asked about other gods, the fallen angels that we always talk about. 22 of them fell, and the site was Mount Hermon. That's where the UN headquarters currently stands.
Oh, I've heard of that. Like I hear like kind of a lot of, I want to say bantering back and forth of ideas of of research, like people looking into it and saying stuff. I just kind of look at it like, so then what do we do with that information?
Well, you look across every religion and you see the same story over and over again. So in the Greek pantheon, you had Zeus as the main god, and then you had everybody below him: Jupiter, Mars, all the planet names that you're familiar with were gods in that pantheon. So there you go, another group of
Ah,
Mhm.
demigods, semi-gods, lowercase gods, lesser gods, if you will.
Yeah,
They're in every story. They're in every story.
yeah.
The
they
giants
are,
of
because
old.
I do like mythology, Greek, Roman, anything else that
See, and
the
it's
more
all
common
flipped to
ones.
where mythology is the reality. You know what I
I like
mean?
that. I like that.
History is the lie, but mythology is the truth.
There you go. That's probably why I
Mm,
like it so much more with the
very well could
mythology.
be.
So,
You know, the one thing that I got out of movies, you know, growing up in church, you know, whatnot. I mean, personally, when I heard the word, you know, God, gods, even mythological, you know, sometimes I didn't get into it. You know, I just had to learn about some of it through public schools, right? So
or Disney,
I didn't really dive into it. But when I heard the
or Disney.
terms, I always thought of two certain words: mortal and immortal. So I would look at anything immortal as buffering, as like a possible type of God, but not the God. Because if you're immortal, well, you must have some power and ability if you're immortal, I would think. You know what I mean? But does that make you God the creator? No. Like us humans, basically I look at us humans as mortals. We are not gods. We are mortal as mortal can be. We got no power. I can't just, you know, zap and, you know, stuff like that. I mean, anyway,
Well,
that's what I thought. What do you think?
yes and no, Joe. You know that your soul is not what you see in the mirror. Your body. You know your soul is a higher being. It's a light being that's trapped in your body, right? That's immortal. So to think that you're not immortal, no, it's your flesh body is not mortal or not immortal. Your flesh
Ah,
body will die. It belongs to this world. Nothing that you have ever touched belongs to you. It belongs to this realm. It's staying here when you die. It'll be here for the next
What's
person
that
that's ever
song?
taking
You
it,
can't take
yeah,
it when you go.
even your body. But
Hmm.
you know that your being is a higher state. It's not. It's not mortal.
that's true. Yeah, the soul itself, yes.
So
The soul is immortal
we're immortal. We
because
fear
that
for the death. I'm
um
sorry.
you know what? That goes back to our previous conversation we had many months ago, right? Where you know, what happens, you know, after this life on Earth? That long discussion we had, and I think that you know, that's, you know, these are questions that so many are wanting answers to, and although there are unknowns, I believe that there are knowns, like you pointed out. We have a soul, and you know, when this avatar does fall off, essentially, we're going somewhere. Now, do we have that
Yeah, no doubt
answer?
about it.
No, of course we don't. No one fully knows what happens after the avatar leaves. We don't really know, but there is a lot of possibilities, right? That
Yeah,
tell us what could or could not happen due to cause and effect and many other things, right?
yeah,
You know, if we don't do this, then this will happen. So
yeah. It's dynamic.
I think the same thing that applies here on Earth with our avatar applies with our soul afterward. Depending on what we do,
The learning
will
experience.
affect what happens after.
So it's like
For
a
sure.
I think so anyway.
knowledge and wisdom is the only baggage that goes with us.
Let's hope.
Possibly.
Well, memories. I think memories probably go with us as well. I think memories go.
That goes into the whole dreams and deja vu.
Well, I don't think our long-term memories are stored in our meat brains anyways.
So basically, I was drawing a connection actually for the first time, looking at the first rule. Can you bring up the first rule of the 12?
I was actually about to pull them up because we need
So the
to
first
get on to
rule
number 2.
is the divine connection, and it almost actually does.
There we go.
I honestly didn't think it would make it. Ooh, hover over it. I think if you click on it, made it bigger. It's flickering.
I know. Stop flickering.
So the law of divine oneness is the first one, which to me, my brain.
There we go. Sorry,
working
folks.
on it was actually like the law of the first commandment was saying, what is it exactly? What does the first one say?
No,
Law
have
of-
no other gods before me.
Oh, the 10
Have
Commandments.
no other gods before me
Correct.
is
Right.
is to say the divine oneness doesn't want you to get distracted by all the other jokesters going on. That there is
Yeah, that's a
other-
good match right there, 1-to-1.
yeah, the one in one of saying have no others so that you can be connected with the divine one. I can actually put these two together like a good Oreo sandwich cookie and go, now
Right.
I see a connection. Oh my gosh, now it's making sense. That's why conversations help so much sometimes. I can see the smushing of the Oreo cookie. Now I'm going to dunk it.
Yeah, it's not going to stay that way, though. I see a lot of deviations coming up, but that's a good start.
Well, if you dunk it for too long, it starts to fizzle out,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Mm.
So it's just in this moment right now, I'm enjoying this. Oh,
The
moment.
connection.
I'm having an
Right.
aha moment.
All right. What about number 2?
Play the video.
Law of stop
Vibration.
sharing
video.
that.
Do the video.
And back to the video.
Dun-dun-dun.
Moments you'll comprehend a universal,
Did we skip?
Sorry,
It's right
folks.
after
more
her.
compassionate, and deeply interconnected. Number 2, the law of vibration. In the next few moments, you'll comprehend a universal law that can unlock your immense potential. Albert Einstein famously said, "Everything in life is vibration." What does that mean? Consider this. The more you resonate positivity, the more positivity reverberates back. It's like tuning into a radio frequency. Tune into the frequency of negativity and you'll get static and discord. Contrary to popular belief, this law isn't about ignoring problems or faking positivity. It's about genuine attunement. The nucleus of the law of vibration is authentic resonance. Your true vibration doesn't stem from the superficial, it emanates from within. So here's your key to unlock potential. Stop pretending, start resonating. Truly resonate with your authentic self and watch the universe echo back your greatness. Number 3.
Wow.
Ooh.
That I'm gonna mute it and then I'm gonna back it up and let it play because the visuals and some of the key, especially the radio. Anybody ever mess with one of those old school analog like radios? You
Yeah,
had
I
to
have.
be so careful to tune it in to hear. I'm 41, but my dad had radio equipment from when he was a kid, and it was fun to experience and play around with because you had to be very careful tuning it in, and it didn't work every time. And then you had the antenna and maybe some aluminum foil on it, dancing around. You really had to work at it, and that's what I think we've come a long way from understanding the whole process of working at it, working on it, practice, the fine tuning. That when he said, the narrator said that kind of resonated with me. I'm going to use that word right now.
And you pick up a bunch of chatter, crosstalk from other stations, undefinable things that you think you might have heard. It's crazy.
Yeah, crosswire.
There's a lot in the noise. Yeah, a lot hiding in the noise.
So the law of vibration, because when I think about even with the spider web, as Joe was pointing out, when that insect gets stuck and it's trying to break free, it vibrates and it goes to all of the interconnected webbing. So the law of vibration, because that's a vibration for sure, of movement, of sound. Is there another one?
Light. I think everything energetic
Vib-
is
Vibration.
vibrant.
Because the light. Yeah, you got the prisms. They do fluctuate. Light, sound. The five senses alone, really. Air. I mean, there's vibrations everywhere.
The five senses.
The five senses.
Really honing it, tuning in to what is going on.
We could
That's
do a
the
whole show on
connection.
the senses. There's way more than the five that they tell us about.
Yeah,
Well-
because even the movie, The Sixth Sense, that's
There's way more.
they say that supernatural's more spiritual, possibly, but they always show you the dark side in the movies.
Right.
They always show you the dark side.
Yeah.
Speaking of the dark side, Vader
Yep.
says hi. On my mug.
Vader. Yeah.
My
Hey,
pop-
Stacy Sunshine. Welcome.
Oh my gosh. So everything in life is vibration. So even if we don't feel it, if the sun, heat waves, plasma, whatever it is a vibration through the air. Is that a vibration?
Yeah.
Because you ever see the steam or the heat waves? It's not always steam, but the heat waves coming off of like the blacktop.
Oh,
You can see
absolutely.
it
Or a hot
cooking.
grill.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Heat
it's
ripple.
like the heat ripples. Is that a vibration?
Okay.
Even the things that you think of as solid or stationary are just vibrating faster.
Got that on the screen.
Right.
Because they talked about that in science class when the molecules are speeding up or slowing down. It's a
Yeah,
movement.
I get fuzzy when we start calling the components funny names that we've never seen.
It was just a visual that
Whatever,
popped in my head.
whatever makes up an object is moving faster. But I don't know anything about the particles, man. They've never showed them to me. I've never seen them for myself, and pretty sure you've never seen them either.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
I pulled it up, and it says the definition of vibration essentially
Buffer.
of parts. Did I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
buffer? Of course.
You did.
Okay. Sorry. So it says it's an oscillation of the parts. Elastic, solid, that has been disturbed, or electromagnetic waves. So yeah,
I was going to be funny and say, to see those parts and elements, I've never taken psychedelics, so maybe you have to kick it up a notch with all that stuff. Some people talk about it when they take psychedelics and
Right.
stuff, and I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to experience it, but listening to other people, mention what they see and feel on another level of maybe that's where they got it from, of experimenting with. Can we see more? Because apparently coffee is technically a drug. It gives you a euphoric feeling.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way. And I heard some coffee experts say, yeah, no, it's a drug. And I go, I thought it was just the sugar from the creamer that made me
It's the sugar from the creamer.
We have a place here called the Coffee Beanery, and they roast beans and sell them and whatever, and it's like a premium coffee warehouse. I walked into wire this place, and they had this candy dish sitting on the front counter. Said help yourself or whatever, and I grabbed and I ate like a handful of them. They were candy coated coffee beans, roasted fresh coffee beans, candy coated. It's like super strong, like espresso, man. And I ate a handful of them. I got so
Wow.
jacked, I couldn't work for a while.
so jacked.
Oh man,
Oh my gosh, he got jacked.
it's
Ejected.
it's like taking speed. I don't know how many milligrams.
So you were
of caffeine or
resonating,
whatever it
baby.
is, but-
You were
Yeah.
resonating. I was like, when you say that, I got so jacked. Sometimes, what was it the other day with Joe? I told him, I said, I didn't have any coffee, and I felt like I was vibrating, and just like the Looney Tunes on crack were running up and down like under my skin, and I was like, "Oh my god, make it stop! What do I need to do? Like, what do I need to do to make it stop?" It was just like, oh my gosh.
Authentic resonance. So again, I pulled it up. Resonance is a feeling, thought, memory, etc., that a piece of writing or music makes you have, or the quality in a piece of writing that makes this happen.
There's also harmonic resonance. So, like if you have two tuning forks that are tuned exactly the same and you strike one of them, they'll both ring. Or if you have two guitars right next to each other and they're tuned exactly right, and you strike a string on one guitar, it rings the same note on the other guitar. That's like a
Yeah.
sympathetic harmony, right? So
here.
there's that sort of linking level going on here too.
Yeah, it gave a more simpler definition.
Right.
Resonance is the occurrence of a vibrating object causing another object to vibrate at a higher amplitude.
Right.
So I'm seeing the effect with the vibration. Well, with I was about to jump into number 2 on the 10 list, but we didn't talk about that. So then it says stop pretending, start resonating. So when you're pretending, you're not actually, I don't want to say just genuine or authentic. You're not doing anything if you're pretending. Is that maybe that's what the video is pointing out? And start resonating, which is like, be real with yourself.
Well, the sympathetic resonance that we were just talking about, where one tuning fork makes the other one ring, you can't do that if you're yapping, right? So if you're running your mouth and you're making noises, it's not going to happen for you, right? So it's when you're in your quiet space, but there's resonance, there's a vibration going on around you that you can feel and absorb because you're being quiet, then you're going to resonate with that frequency. You'll tune into it and respond to it, right?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. So yeah. So if someone's over the top, loud, and or
Buffer.
Why do I get buffered every time I start
We are
talking?
just buffering.
My goodness, is this stream supposed to be that good tonight? Like, what's going on? Yeah. I'm feeling some resonance around here now.
I think everybody's just, there are a few channels live tonight.
But really though, yeah, it does make sense because again, that to me correlates biblically speaking, where biblically it says, if you're going to be loud and proud, then that's your reward. Go into the quiet place. That's where you will find me. Right? So there's a correlation right there.
So even in the quiet, there's, because
Interesting.
Your heartbeat alone, your breathing and heartbeat is a vibration.
So last point that I have on that is a lot of Christians believe that when God spoke this realm into existence, remember it all started with the spoken word, right? Let there be light.
Yes.
That was the beginning of the vibrations that's still moving everything to this moment. Started the clock.
Ooh.
Yes.
And the things that you think of as being solid, I'm telling you right now that the only reason why you think that they're solid is because whatever makes them up is moving faster. It's the only reason why glass is harder than a sponge. And you can take it to extremes and see examples of that. Like I was just telling Joe King about this. Like, have you ever seen superfluid hydrogen? So when hydrogen is super chilled, it turns into a liquid, And if you continue to chill it to a certain point, it'll bleed right through the glass vessel that it's in, like it's not even there. It just moves right through it. It goes to zero viscosity, and it goes right through the glass. So you're thinking of the glass as a solid object, and the hydrogen's saying, "Well, not to me. It's not." No.
And you know what? JJ brought up something. We were talking, ironically, last night. What was that thing you said about water? You were
Oh, yeah.
go.
When we were over at the other channel, somebody said they can't wrap their head around the Trinity of. I always forget what say it. Holies. What is the Trinity? I don't know why I get the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Hey, I did it. I said, you know what? I'm kid-like sometimes, and I just go and compare it to something else like water. Water has 3 stages, like a Trinity. So you have solid, vapor.
Right.
Did I just mess that up?
Liquid.
Solid, liquid, gas, right? I think it's what you said.
Yeah, because water has solid, vapor, liquid, solid, gas, vapor, however you want to call it. And I was like, if I have to understand something that is very challenging to me, because verbally, what just happened in 30 seconds it's smoother in my brain than when it comes out, because I'm trying to explain something that just I'm overthinking as it is. So I always go back to, if I was in like kindergarten or first grade, how would they possibly teach me this? Because, you know, they wanted to indoctrinate me with it. If they wanted to tell me, again, billions of years ago, the dinosaurs roamed the earth. When you open that book and you have that visual and they want to grab your attention to understand, how do we learn? We really don't. I say we don't really learn any differently than how we were in first grade. The visuals need to be there. The information needs to be simple, because first grade is like a 6-7-year-old. So if you've ever heard the phrase, I think it's a phrase of saying, explain it to me like I'm 6.
Yeah.
Explain it to like first graders, to break it down, because you teach yourself. If you're trying to get something across to somebody, you teach yourself how to slow down and be patient, go back to basics, and you can help reach somebody else with your information to share with another person. Don't be a Bible thumper. Don't be just screaming from the rooftop, making a lot of noise about something. If you're really passionate about it, break it down and be patient and learn to talk about it. Sometimes it takes a while. Because even once you say it, doesn't mean they're going to grasp it. It has to marinate for like 3 weeks, 3 months, or 6 months, or maybe even 6 years. Who knows? I'm 41 and I'm still thinking about stuff from 20 years ago.
That's good.
10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday. I forgot how I
way
said
better than just taking things at face value and not thinking about them again. Taking somebody else's word for it gets us in a lot of trouble.
She's trying to give me credit for well said. I'm like, was it well said? I'm like, does it sound like a tongue twister? I'm like, but I feel like Stitch.
Yes, really appreciate it.
I need to have a Stitch where I'm like, nah. blah, 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 blah. It's like... So let's hop over to the second one. Or was there something else?
Well, let's cue up the video.
It was queued up. It was queued up.
For 3? Oh, there it was. Okay, sorry. My
smiley face. Yeah, it goes right into the third one.
Okay, so we will remove.
Exactly.
There's that way.
Curve. I love using that. There's a learning curve. We don't need to flatten everything out there. We don't need to flatten everything out there. It can be a curve, even if it's
flatten everything.
A super sidewinder curve, right?
Right.
Like a fastball, but we could slow. You know those cartoons where they slow down the ball? This is one of your favorite cartoons, Joe, because I can't stand those cartoons, but it's still a good example.
Oh, jeez.
Super silent. Woo, we're gonna spin
Yeah.
around. Maybe.
All right. Where are we at? Number 2. Now we are back to the 10 Commandments.
Water does have memories.
Number 2 is, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. All right. So let's break this down kind of. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Thou shalt not.
Squirrel.
Okay. Not. That's
Yes,
pretty
indeed.
simplistic. Okay. Make unto thee. Okay, who is the thee? Most people, I'm
Make
not
for your-
joking. I have actually had people go, "Who's thee?" I'm like, well, if it's
Shakespeare.
if it's God Himself giving
Ye
us
thou
the 10 Commandments,
goest.
we on earth would be the thee. That would be all of us, all of us little humans running amongst these parts and in these pixelated streets, right? So, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Ooh, you know what? Let's look that up.
Make,
Let's do that.
not to make. I want to focus on some keywords because I realized I needed to do that with the first one. Because it said no other God, so he did admit that there are
Mhm.
others, but are they distractions? Are they Lokis? Just there for nuisance. And so the
Mhm.
second one is make. And make is like motion, and that's vibration.
By your hands, with your thoughts,
Yes.
focus
Any
energy,
graven
your will.
images. So it's almost like
So
two
that's
things.
where we get the word. That's where we get the word engraving, to emboss or to engrave or to carve or to shape anything in the
Yes.
form of
Carved,
something in heaven
sculpted,
on earth.
firmly fixed. Yes. So, yeah, essentially, thou shalt not make unto thee yourselves any graven image. So, I guess, when you get the 10 Commandments, you don't go and make a golden calf and start worshiping a golden
Right.
calf. That's
Thou shalt
kind of going against number 2 there.
not. I'm gonna
See,
go get-
humans
I'm gonna
are not the smartest.
See, this is online. I'm gonna go get my book. Let me go find my book because I feel like something's missing from this number 2.
Stacy, some of us are curvy. Yes, yes. You're looking it up.
Wait, I heard laughter, but I just stepped away. Yeah, I got it. See, it didn't take me that long. I don't have it buried nowhere. Sometimes, like, I have it around here somewhere. I haven't looked at it. I moved my chair. I gotta move it back. Okay. Dancing all around here. So it doesn't, I don't know why, something, just my quirky brain, of something, even though I know the written word is also maybe a Mandela, something else is going on. Oh, I'm stumped. Where do I find this in what chapter again? Is it Exodus?
What are you after?
Looking
the
at
10
my,
Commandments.
yeah, the 10 Commandments in the book. The book. I'm gonna throw the book at myself in a minute. I'm like,
I should know.
That would
but I
be
don't.
Exodus chapter 20.
ooh, I was close. I'm 14,
Yes.
16. Deuteronomy, too far. Wait, say that again?
Exodus 20, verse 2, I believe is
Oh.
where it's.
I'm in 20.
starts.
Ah, how did I get to numbers? What the hey? Wow, I was in Exodus. I turned 2
What the
pages
hey?
and I'm in numbers. Well, I'm not plus. I'm holding the book. I don't want to tempt What is it? We were watching Bruce Almighty the other day, and he's in the room, and he's like, "Okay,
Oh,
prove it to
jeez.
me. How many fingers am I holding up?" Right?
Yes. The Bruce Almighty skit.
He's like,
I
"Thou
call it a
shalt not
skit.
be tempted," or whatever
Yeah.
it was. It was funny.
Now thou shalt not tempt the Lord. Yeah, Bruce Almighty. It's funny, but there's always truth in everything, I guess.
Yeah, I thought that
Oh
was
wait,
pretty funny.
20 Exodus 20 verse 3 is the first one. Thou shalt not have no other gods before me.
Yes.
Number 4 is the second one. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Yep.
Or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is
Right.
in the waters under the earth. Knew there was more to it.
There's a lot more to that. Can you read it one more time? Everybody listen in.
Can I just take a picture of it and send it to you? You throw it up there?
Oh, jeez.
God, that's a better visual.
That is
Honestly, I'm going to take a picture, send it to you, Messenger. 'Cause-
No. I got it.
Yes, it's a lot.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh, that's pretty.
I don't like that. I don't.
It's number 4.
No, I know. I'm just. There we go. Okay, number 4. Exodus 20, verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth.
All right, I sent it to you. It's very easy to download and share screen. Yeah, I will go over that too. You do the techie part, I'll do the reading part. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. So what is a graven image besides, I've heard even photographs are like a graven image.
It's
Besides
usually
statues.
by your hand because it involves making. So not just taking a photograph. That's passive. Picking up a chisel and making it out of a stone. That's making.
What about the old school ways of photography? Were those
I don't think it would
pictograms?
count.
Sketches?
I
Okay.
don't really think it would
Is
count unless
drawing?
you had to put some physical effort into it. Drawing, I don't think, because it isn't meant to last.
Okay, there we go.
Number 4. That's what I'm reading.
Not really
right now.
engraving when you're doing like drawing on paper or whatever is a temporary, just a sketch, really.
Right.
Engraving is like
Engraving, I think, is more like bark,
the stone.
wood, like into a stone, into a solid object of that.
very
Right.
masonry. So, or
Yeah.
any likeness of any kind of anything, or in. Okay, baby, take over.
Yes, I will do it one more time.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone, for the like we said, long day, but we will get through this. Okay. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above. Okay, that in itself, any likeness of anything that is in heaven above. So no graven image of anything that is in heaven above. Okay, or that is in the earth being. Heaven is above, so earth is beneath heaven. That's why it says earth is beneath. It's really not complicated, but I've had people do that. Or that is in the water under the earth. So we can't make any graven image of just nothing across the board. No.
What is in heaven?
Oh, that is
Is that another episode?
That is another episode because
clouds? I'm just gonna go clouds right now.
There's a lot to that too. So Okay. So there's that. So basically, we cannot make any graven image, whether it's okay. I think what it's kind of getting at is like we brought up earlier. We have what we call demigods, or celestial beings or mythical, right?
I was thinking about that too.
Was it mythical? Yeah, like mythical, demigods, stuff like that. Basically, he's saying, don't make any graven images of, the spiritual realm. For just easy, simplicity. If it's in the spiritual realm, leave it there. Don't make graven images of it and worship it. And if there's anything on earth, don't make graven images of anything on earth and worship that either, because you're worshiping the creation instead of the creator.
Google engraven. Let's just Google graven and see. Did I spell it right?
Or apparently the water's beneath.
Graven definition.
Besides, there are living people who have glimpsed one of those three sort of forbidden zones, and they're not supposed to bring that back and just share it with everybody.
It's graven, engraven, and inscription or image on a surface. Example of marble graved with flowers, human, animal form. So it says on a surface, but I'm thinking it's about engraving into rock, stone. So isn't that where the phrase goes? It's not engraved in stone, so it's not permanent. Even though you could smash the stone.
That's the phrase is it's not written in stone to imply that it wasn't written by the finger of God, right?
It's not written in stone. So
not written in stone, right? But
it's
so
definitely
graven image would include any material, so that could be wood, metal, glass, stone.
Well,
it's easy to think of it as stone because that would have been the most common thing back then, but it would include any materials.
This is my Bible. I'm not Joel Osteen. It is not what I say it
is. Yeah.
So if it's a surface, but with the engravement, it's talking about like marble, like a stone or something too.
But a solid surface that you would carve into or chisel a design into or sculpt into a shape or a form.
So not this.
No, because I think what's possibly being missed is those are words instead of an image. I think what it's getting at is an actual image, like a dragon or Hercules or that's what I was saying. I think
well, even a name is an image. Somebody's name represents image. Like we have emojis, we have hieroglyphics are terrific. Bubble guppies. I'm just kind of looking at it going, this is something that like my childlike brain would say and is saying, is this a contradictory right here? That
no, we're talking more about pictures than words.
Hieroglyphs are more
where's that image at?
Pictures, I think. Where's what?
Graven image. So it definitely image. Okay, so we're focused on image. So
not word,
numbers.
Image.
So does that include numbers?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Wait, so pictures, images, image.
Yep. Right.
Okay. I like to clarify. My brain goes first grade all the time. That helps.
There we go.
Image.
Image is a representation of the external form of a person or thing in art.
So it's definitely something, because I never liked going to art museums. Sometimes it's, I guess, imagery would be something that helps you understand the story, but it also can maybe manipulate what
Well,
the
here's where
words
the
try
line
to
gets
say.
blurred. The word image includes imagination, so it
Ah,
implies that it's a picture of something that is not real or has been deeply altered, or you know
So
what
it
I
can be
mean.
fictitious.
Yes, probably fictitious. Otherwise, we would call it a photograph, like a record of. But an image is just something implied in your imagination. That's why all those words start with the same I am.
mm, getting a little etymology going on sometimes.
Yes.
But it can be that simple, and a lot of times I know we like to complicate things.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's how
Well,
you
we just like to figure things out to the best of our
it's
ability.
how you can figure things out. Okay, off topic.
Alrighty.
Somebody go off topic. Somebody typed it in, and we were joking and talking about this yet again. Do you see it, babe?
Wait, what?
The comment of
Because it's a fire,
burning bush is what
God
I'm
burning
pointing at.
bush.
We were talking about.
Oh my goodness.
I can't help
Yes.
it. It was really funny, and again, it ties into the channel we were on early this morning. He was asking a question and trying to say, how do I get, or how come God doesn't talk to me? Where's my burning bush? It sounds dirty, I know. But I said, how do you know God isn't talking to you? And he's like, well, I've never had the experience, so to speak, of like a burning bush. And I said, if you go out and walk in nature and you just spend time like safely taking a walk through nature to say, where do you think the bushes are? If you're not taking the time and maybe going for a walk, and I don't know if he takes a walk and is listening or has a lot going on inside here. Like Super even said, if you go to a quiet place, it has to be inside you and resonating outside of you to say, is the donkey talking? There's a story in the Bible about the donkey talking and doing or not doing on behalf of God instructing it, I guess, to say, is God talking to you? How is he choosing to talk to you? If you want to find the burning bush, go take a walk
Give me a
uh,
chance, right?
in nature, maybe up the side of a mountain safely. If you're not much of a
Ah,
hiker, maybe sit in the park, not during rush hour traffic. No, don't sit in rush hour traffic. Take some time for yourself. Sometimes when it's too noisy, but I'm like, each person to their own experiences say, is that God talking to you? Because I also said, if you know better not to set something on fire because the cause and effect of it. So if you're going to attempt by tempting, or don't tempt him, but he's going to tempt him. If you know better, but you're going to go and do it, and you light the match, and you're leaning in, and your gut and your brain and your heart, so to speak, is telling you you know better, and it's your voice or parental voice. I look at that as going, that's God telling you already know better. Why are you tempting to see if I'm going to intervene because you already know better, when that feeling, that Jiminy Cricket, that
Oh my goodness.
internal voice or something
You know,
is
you know
talking to you?
what? I got a quick question. This is actually for you, JJ,
That
and to any other feminine woman out there, I guess. Okay, I have heard anyway, you know, growing up, so to speak, that women more so have a what is called, I guess, intuitivity. Like
intuition,
they have this. I can't think. I don't think
gut,
that's the right word.
gut
But
feeling.
empathy.
but
You're
no
looking
no
for
no no
empathy.
no. It's not
Empathy
empathy.
is actually
It's
different.
yeah. It's not
But
empathy. It's that intuition. It's that. Oh my gosh, I cannot. I buffered. And so along those lines of that intuition, and I go, isn't that another way of God giving, that
Heads up.
walking, like you said too? It's
heads
that intuition that that women have. And I go, well, yeah, that's God going, hi. Because in a weird way, I think that I don't want to say that necessarily God talks possibly to women more, but I do think that women are more intuitive and like you said, Super, they get to that closed place of figuring things out. Like essentially, I also heard that kind of women will sit like kind of under the shower head, so to speak, and they will just hang there for a while, and they're just because they're
I'm on vacation.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's going on there.
I'm out of the office.
But
it's a reset for sure. Yeah.
But
I think the woman's intuition
that is when God can talk.
Is more connected with motherhood, because even if you're not physically capable of having your own children, but you do take on the role of a caregiver or a guardian, even if you're babysitting your nieces and nephews or neighbors' kids, but you have a connection to look out for them, and you have to watch out for kids, because the sticky peanut butter goo is going to go in the wall socket one way or another. Every freaking generation since wall sockets and peanut butter has been invented, somehow get combined, and sometimes with a knife or a fork or that doohickey device that's inside of a toy but somehow came apart, and they just feel like they're drawn to just oh my gosh. Your intuition and experience is gonna shoot right up there with like any first responder or like police and EMS, and just like you got credentials, you got receipts of skills, and you're just like, oh my god. It's so many horror stories of being before I had my kids. I was a camp counselor. I was working with kids in the school. I'm just like, what makes you think that goes into a wall socket? What? Why?
It fits. I tell you, it fits.
It's not even about it fitting. Oh no, it's a crack in the wall. I guess I put some putty. I go, where did you get the idea? What? How did you? Why? Yes.
Okay.
So many just challenges of, is this safe? No, stop it. Oh my god, no matter what, kids are going to climb a tree and act like a monkey and shake. And I'm like, you can't do that unless your parents are here, because I don't want to make that phone call. Oh my god. So many challenges. Oh man. And yelling is not the answer, of just being kind of calm and creative with talking, because you're dealing with other people's kids. Other people's kids for like 12 years. I'm like, I don't want to have kids. No, I don't want that phone call. Oh my God, what is it about children and this energy of testing the laws of physics? Oh, so we'll save that for another. We'll save that for another stream.
There's a lot to.
I'm stressing right now. I'm reliving it all.
Let's move on to number 3.
Yes.
All right, on to number 3, everybody.
I need a moment, and I'm going to soak my head in the shower.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just playing.
Here we go.
Back your greatness. Number 3, the law of action. Understanding and applying this law can get you out of that destructive loop of waiting for the right time. Remember Newton's third law. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Often, we mistakenly believe waiting for inspiration is the key to success, but that's not the case. In reality, it's action that breeds inspiration, not the other way around. Picture this. You're a writer, staring at a blank page. The more you wait for inspiration, the longer the page stays empty. But once you start writing, inspiration begins to flow. People believe the law is about massive action, but it's really about consistent action. Success doesn't come from sporadic big moves, but regular small steps. So here's the secret to harnessing the law of action. Start small, act now. Trust in your ability to take action, leading to remarkable achievements. Number 4.
Woo. There's a lot into that too.
I'm gonna mute it and then
They
I'll
go
back
by
it up.
fast.
All right, you know what? Super.
time.
You start off with it, sir. What do you think?
It's kind of common sense, but I can't argue with it. Nothing starts until you do something, right? You want to move a mountain, you can start with a spoon. As long as you start, it's gonna, you know what I mean? There's progress. I don't know if I'd call that a law, though.
The law of
You know what I
action.
mean? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure I would give that the grandeur of calling it a law. But
Okay.
yeah, I agree with the idea.
Must be employed.
So everything
Order.
worthwhile starts as a thought, and then it can
Yeah.
move on to action.
So the list I'm
realize.
reading from is a little different, I guess. Play on words or different ways to try and explain it. So law of action must be employed in order for us to manifest things on earth.
There you go. That is
So-
the real form of manifestation. To go from concept to reality. Those are the steps.
I was saying something the other day about manifesting. Oh, yeah, because you can manifest even negative. You can manifest not just positive things that you want to have success with. You can manifest negativity too. And maybe
I think
not know it.
Too many people take the idea of manifestation from a physical standpoint, so they just write it off. Like they think that it means that you can create something from nothing. Like I want an apple, and you manifest one, and you have an apple. It doesn't kind of work like that.
Yeah,
It's
we had to
putting
go to
the
the store.
energy out. The concept, having a full rounded idea of what it would be like to have an apple, and the universe will provide one. It won't appear magically like right then, but you're putting out the energy and the vibration that you want one. Or if you're thinking of something that you want to build, it starts with that idea. Maybe you sketch it, but the first time you start selecting lumber or cutting a piece to fit onto it, then you've started the process.
So you still have to
You're
work on it.
manifesting it at that point. Yes, yeah, right. You still have to take the steps to get
But you're
there.
just focusing your mind and then your
That's
emotions
manifestation.
and then your
Right.
action. So it's like an onion. It's got layers.
And even
to
if
it.
you look at it from like a sculptor, I've always admired the idea that you could look at a large block of stone and see a finished sculpture in it, and all you have to do is just remove all the cruft to show it to everybody
you go.
else. You can see it.
Yeah.
That's like negative manifestation because it's
Nicely.
already there, and you're just
Yeah.
revealing it. That's
Nicely
different
said.
than making from, you know what I mean, assembling pieces. That's different.
So I'm looking at this quote. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
And I want to bring this somewhere. Yes, I do. So my question to this is going to get interesting, I think. My question to this statement on screen is, this is universal law, right? What are we on, number 3 or 4?
Right.
3, right? Yeah, the law of correspondence.
The law of action.
Action.
3.
Action, sorry. Law of action. Okay. So my question is this. How is this any different than the law of cause and effect? Aren't they one and the same?
Well, cause and effect is after correspondence, and correspondence is next. But right now, what I'm reading from, the law of cause and effect says nothing happens by chance or outside the universal laws. Every action, including thought, has a reaction or consequence. We reap what we sow. So there is a big connection to it, but mainly off of what I'm reading, nothing happens by chance.
Right.
And then this says for every action, there's an equal and opposite, reaction.
So is that a trinity?
Right. That's from Newton.
So is this a trinity to say action equal opposite? That there's three things in this statement. To have equal or opposite, you have action, left, right, left, right, left, right. But to say action equal opposite.
For every, I don't. If anyone in chat wants to, definitely maybe help out with this, because
yeah, Stacy, you can't enjoy bubbles with them.
So I don't agree with some of the things on this list as far as calling them laws, but this particular one I do agree with. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's what we talked about before with ripple effect, butterfly effect.
Right.
Everything affects everything.
Yeah.
Nothing is isolated. Everything is one.
And that's why I was asking. That's why I was asking. Isn't that the same as cause and effect?
A lot of these laws will break down just one little minor step, and that's you could probably half the list by doing that.
Is this the correlation causation thing?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because basically what I was getting at is something that me and JJ again conversated over is there also a difference between karma and cause and effect? And JJ was like, well, yeah, I believe you said karma would be more of the spiritual side, right? And as opposed to cause.
Yeah, it seems like, physical. Right?
I wish I recorded myself when I brought that up.
Karma really implies like a higher form of judgment, right?
So
there's more of intellect behind that decision, but the other is just like a basic law. If you push against something, it's going to move away from you too. You know what I mean? You run into something, you're both going to get hurt.
Unless you're wearing those bubble boy outfits, you're boing.
In order for a spaceship to push itself forward in space, it would have to be air there behind it for it to push on.
It has to have something to, because I think about that too when I'm swimming in the water. Because even if I'm swimming in the water, I can float and be still. I'll say pool. There's no current in a pool. So if I'm floating in the water in the pool, I have to cause the motion against something, even like water or the wall of the pool. But let's say I'm floating out in the middle of nowhere, can't touch any surface. I'm just touching the water. My own motion causes the action. Causes ripple effect. It can.
And there's an equal and opposite reaction. So as you're going one direction, you're pushing the water in the opposite direction. There's your opposites.
Depending on how much force you put into it, there's somebody else floating the water next to you. They could get tsunamied if you push and splash too hard, or if you're stealth like a gator. Didn't see it coming. So I see, and I'm getting a lot more understanding of how much these do connect down. So far, we're on 3. We're going down the list of
Mhm.
12.
Yes.
And so far, I'm seeing a connection with the first two on each, the first one on each list and the second one on each list. It's interesting. Two magnets,
Right?
a swing.
A swing.
Funny
Yes.
foo-foo. I'm telling you, every time you see me do this, I'm singing the damn song in my head. Little boy who I'm singing. I've got the stupid song in my head. I'm like, I've done it 3 times already. I know I'm like, you little bunny foo-foo.
Yeah, we went just a little too far.
It's okay.
There we go.
So
Okay.
let's jump over to the third one on the commandments.
So the third one of the 12 laws was action. All right, let's hop over to the 10 Commandments.
We're going to. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Right? Yes, we are. Okay, number 3. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
There's more to it.
So,
My book has more to it.
This one is actually a huge problem.
Why is mine different?
You see, you guys see the huge problem with that one?
Oh, go ahead, Super. What do you got?
If he wanted to be clear in his commandment, he would include the name that he revered of himself.
Ooh, has
So
it
you
been
had no question about what he was asking you to call him there in that third commandment.
Now, here's
the picture I
here's
sent you shows the next one.
right. So you bring up a very solid point, which is something that JJ and myself, also acknowledges that the Bible has been tampered with. So the question therein lies, in the original text, was his name given so we knew that, and then someone stripped it away? Is there any telling?
Would there be any place better in the Bible to have put his name clearly than right there in the third commandment?
You would think
Anywhere in the
so.
book.
Right?
I mean, you would want it right next to what it says. Like, if I was the author,
there.
I would want it there, right? Don't use this name in vain, right?
This name.
It would be specific.
Very
specific. So it should say, thou shalt not take this name of the Lord thy God in vain. Not the name. It should state the name right there.
The actual name should be there.
Yep.
Call me this and this only.
Yeah.
But he's not telling you. He's not even telling you what that name is.
Well, babe, if you bring up the picture.
Yep, I'm getting there.
Because I know visuals online aren't always the same as what might be in one Bible book to another is different how it's worded. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. Visiting.
My name is jealous. It says now.
What?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It does?
Go ahead. Read on. You'll see. You'll see. Go ahead.
Okay, babe, the light in here is getting really bad for my eyes. That's the next one. It says, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the
iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
That's not what your visual aid says, right?
Thou shalt not bow down thy
Okay, if you go to
side.
7, it says, "Thou shalt not take the name."
Oh, there it is. It's
I'm like,
7.
that's like.
I'm
well,
like, wait a minute.
Number 5 says, "Thou shalt not." So, isn't that a command? That's every time if you read the
Thou
word
shalt
"thou shall not," isn't that a command? Because I highlighted it. I was trying to highlight and follow this years ago. Try highlight and follow and understand this. So, "Thou shalt not bow down" was a command.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
And because even 6 is added into it's not a thou, it's just and
No.
showing mercy unto thousands of them. 7 it jumps, "Thou shalt
Thou
not
shalt
take."
not take the
We'll have
name
to
of the
spin this off
Lord
into another
thy God in
kind of
vain.
episode of
Wow.
really what's been changed and what hasn't. I think everything's been
Oh,
changed. Good grief. What does yours say, Super?
No.
You said it
No.
changed?
Oh man, let me see if I can get the. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the whole thing, since we're looking at it, right? Number 7, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him.
Buffer.
Take it. Am I back?
Yeah.
For
As
the
soon as you were
Lord
saying guilty, it buffered.
for the Lord will
Guiltless.
not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Yeah, there's a.
My brain just kind of went, what? I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's getting hard to read. Holy
I'll
cow!
show that to you.
well, even listening to it, I'm like, what?
But-
I get, okay, whatever the name is, don't take it in vain. And
Yes, but it would make sense to have that specific name there.
it would help.
Yeah, that would
In the
help.
third, yeah, absolutely.
What
Yeah,
you
that
know,
would have been the ideal
it's,
place. For
I think. Well, later on in the Bible, I believe New Testament, when it comes to
Okay.
Jesus Christ, Christ, the Son, was on earth. Now, I believe he was given different names, so to speak, like Yeshua or Yahweh,
I've heard
stuff
so
like
many
that.
names.
Now, Father God, like the Father, the Creator, and the Trinity, if I'm correct, I don't believe he has a name except Father God, I believe. I do not recall any, in my research and looking so far, any other name.
Yeah, sometimes I don't want to get too into it. I was just saying,
But-
thou shalt not take thy name in
But-
vain. Okay, I'm just going to draw this connection of law of action it's like manifesting something. If being engaged in action with our thoughts or words and doing something, it lines up with law of action to say, don't take my name in vain. It's like a verbal, it's an action. So even over here on the 12 universal laws, law of action has a connection to the third commandment, I guess, to not take thy name in vain, because it's a negative thing to take anybody's name in vain. Cursing, I think of cursing and cussing, swearing, because a lot of people hear it in the movies and in songs when they yell out God. Damn, that's a lot of water behind that wall when they swear like that, or they're like super excited and scared, and they're like, Jesus Christ, you scared the poopies out of me. So those are the friendly ways of me trying to give the example of hearing it.
I have two different Bibles here. They both say the same thing now as what you put on screen, like word for word.
But you remember
But somewhere in
saying
the Bible it says, "I am a jealous God, and my name and my name is jealous. That's like a Mandela change.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then a lot of Christians will say, well, it says in the Bible, I am the great I am. So they actually think like God's name is I am. It's ridiculous.
I want to say it's like
And
a
then there's
title
people that
name.
get snobby about, oh no, it's Jehoshaphat.
Yes, the many divisions of
It's just ridiculous, you
we
know,
don't
to fight
know.
over
So
that.
I'll talk to.
When you
I'll
don't
talk.
know, why are you going to take up arms and fight about it when you
Yeah,
don't know either?
I'm just like I'll say for myself. I don't know, but I'm comfortable with saying the Almighty. I like saying like the Almighty. There's a fun Christian contemporary song where they're singing, "Good God Almighty," and I was like, I could say that. I'm good with using the title like He's the CEO of the universe. What's up, CEO? It's like a
Right.
nickname, so I don't know.
Yeah, really.
And
Yeah.
I definitely don't want to misuse it
Yeah.
like any other entity, and I want to say energy or representing anybody else out there. I'm not trying to offend. I don't walk around existing trying to offend anybody by saying their name wrong.
Yeah.
Whether it's your
But
YouTube
at the
name
same
or your
time,
real
we've
name.
come to realize that nearly everything we've ever been told was a straight up lie. We're going to be pretty guarded about taking any new information without being able to vet it on some level. You know what I mean?
So I could call it the source,
Yeah.
the creator, but even they say Jesus Christ is or isn't the name for the Messiah, the title. The
Right.
Messiah is the what was prophesied in the Old Testament of just mixing up the names and bopping them on the head. God, bunny poo poo, they're so distracting.
That's the etymology part that I was bringing up. With some call him Yahweh, some call him Yeshua, some call him just Christ, and
Call him Ian. Ian. I call him Ian.
Hold on.
It's
Moses
I am.
asked his
It's a typo.
name, and he said to call him I am. Oh, I am that I am.
It's just a typo,
Right.
but I was being
Right.
funny.
That is funny, Ian. Yeah. Yes, he
That's
is.
where they got that for Popeye.
Yeah. Yes, he is the I am. He is the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the end. See, that's the thing that I think God, the Creator, tries to establish in the Bible is that He is outside of time, space, and matter. He is limitless. There is no limits to the Creator. He can come and go.
Right.
Jesus, he can go to the past, present, future, whatever he chooses. See, we are limited here on Earth in this realm. We are limited to time, space, and matter. We have a clock, unfortunately, that we have to kind of keep an eye on. We have the space that we're allowed, apparently, to, dwell in for now. And of course, we have the matter that we walk on, talk on, and do the rapato with. I don't know, but we are limited, and the Creator is not. So I have said many times, there is a God, and I am not Him. There is no way. And please, if anyone would, I just no.
Okay. I'm trying to be funny and post it, and it won't. Why won't it do it? Is it too big?
What?
The little bunny foo-foo song. I had to go look it up.
Oh, jeez. You couldn't help yourself.
I can't get it out of my head. Little bunny foo-foo.
She's stuck with little bunny foo-foo
up the field
in her head.
on the head.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Maybe I could do it in my own. Let me try that. I can't help it. It's like squirrel. There it is. It went. Okay. Did it go?
Well, again, welcome to Coffee Chat, everybody.
It won't even allow me to do my own stuff in my own channel. I can't share the little bunny poo-poo song.
Oh my gosh. You know what? We'll post it in the description afterward.
So I was telling her she meant I am. I know it was a typo. I was teasing you because it's like the shit that goes on inside my head. I have typos in my head all the time. And then I'm teasing you because your name itself is distracting. So I had to go look up the song to get it out of my system and say, little bunny baby flew into the forest. I go, bopping him on the head. Okay. I had to sit and, I was a camp counselor. Isn't just for teenagers. I had like first graders. So when you sing these songs and the emphasis of, I guess, violence, you bop them on the head. They get all excited. So it's like reliving it inside my head. I'm okay. So that was number 3. We are at 2 hours and 15 minutes. I think it's time for intermission.
Wait.
You got something to add really quick?
What do you think, Super?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Do a little intermission. Well, all right. We'll do a little intermission video here, and yeah, it's about 4 minutes. So we'll be right back. Grab some coffee. We got a lot more to dig into. And if you're just tuning in, you can rewind a little bit and see what we might have talked about. So, alrighty, little intermission here, and we'll be right back.
Coffee, smoke.
Vortex of terror!
Boom. It's a big boom. Kaboom. Kaboom.
If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer.
Come on, players, stop hating. Stop hating. Start participating. Start participating, Star. Come on, twinkle, twinkle, baby. Twinkle, twinkle.
What?
Look at the comments.
Hello. Hello. Oh, man. I tell you, it's a long day. It's hard to...
I need an extension on that coffee break.
Yeah, we're actually getting a fresh pot going right now, so... Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Super? You hanging in there?
Hanging in there. Looks like it's going to be a long night, though. We're going slow.
Hey, you know...
I was thinking that. I don't know if we're going slow or if like I said, we're just chatting. And if it goes along, again, you don't have to hang out through the whole thing. But if you're having a good time, so are we.
Oh, I always have a good time with you guys.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I was thinking and it fell out of my head, so I don't even remember what I was thinking. I was actually making some so expanding on my own thoughts of connecting so far. Each one as we go down, the one from 12, the one from the 10, 2 and 2, 3 and 3, and then I'm like, okay, there's just this overall, there's a connection, even no matter what book, I'll call it, no matter what book written by man with the same inspirational, I'll call it inspirational of trying to figure things out. The 12 universal laws, I see a connection with the 10 commandments. I want to say the inspiration is finding it out and figuring it out. Unfortunately, mostly it is a personal journey. but there's a connection, however it is written. However, whatever you're drawn to. I'm good with picking up the Bible 99.9% of the time, but I was also drawn to look into the 12. I've heard it as the 12. There could be 7, there could be more or less.
Right, exactly.
But mostly I've heard the 12 universal laws. Now, I didn't know about this until pretty much a year and a half ago, that like emphasis of the 12 universal laws, that other channel that I hung out on, this came up from this person talking about it and his his viewpoint on life. And I was like, okay. And it kind of hung around. And then there was the other drama and bullshit going on. But there's other things that still stood out in general, walking around this realm, talking with other people that, like you said, Super, you'd never heard of it. And somebody else I brought it up to also said they never heard of it. Now, I had heard a very generalized version of it, but they talked about, like, they really focused on it. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And maybe I'll look into it. So a year and a half later, stuff marinates in the subconscious, even with somebody that you don't like or get along with anymore. Something still sits there and goes,
oh yeah,
we're still learning from each other. We are still learning from each other.
There's common threads throughout everything.
Yeah, so that still goes with the universal laws of saying there's a connection, a spider web connection. I like that visual. Yeah. I can go with it. Sure. Even with people you don't talk to with anymore and you never want to talk to ever again. You still have something marinating with what was said or done.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. It's really interesting to draw these connections. I don't want to say conclusions, because conclusion to me is like final say, a final kind of just a
final stamp of approval, right?
Yeah. Because I'm still looking at it going, I pick up the book and look through the book 99.9% of the time because it feels more comfortable for some reason, settling, grounded.
Sure.
But if I see the pattern, because I really like patterns, if I see the pattern for my own unique spice of life and looking at stuff, I'm not going to dismiss other things, but I will mesh in with.
There's a lot of things like as we awaken to truth where we want to discard everything and start over, but it's actually best to just be very suspect of some things and still carry them along so that you have a method of thinking, right? I mean,
yes. Yeah, I like.
You just have to turn up your filter. Your discernment has to be higher, but you don't really have to completely disregard everything. Just everything that you think of that could have an impact on your outlook. Be very suspect of how you weigh it in.
Mm-hmm. Because I never stop asking. In general, I just never stop asking. Even if I haven't said it in a while, I'm still like, okay, here it comes. I'm asking. I talk to myself and go, I'm asking. And I talk to myself, really? Like your plate's not full as it is. And it's like, well, I feel like I'm stuck in a rut. So I'm asking. I want to find and make sure I'm not stuck, stagnant, and what is that thing somebody says? An absolute. I don't want to be stuck on an absolute. It's kind of like being a stubborn jackass. I don't want to be that way.
Yeah.
So I guess we're gonna hop into number 4.
Alrighty. Yep. Let's keep rolling.
Law of correspondence. Might have to play this one twice.
Achievements. Number 4, the law of correspondence. By watching this, you'll discover how to transform your inner world, and thus your outer reality. The principle comes from an ancient aphorism accredited to the mystical writings of Hermes Trismegistus. As above, so below. Ever thought why some days you're on a roll, everything aligns, while others everything seems to fall apart? That's the law of correspondence at work. It essentially states that our outer world is a mirror of our inner world. Don't be misled thinking it's all about wishful thinking. It's more profound. It's about mindset, attitudes, and beliefs. If your mind is stuck in negativity, your reality reflects it. The key to leverage this law: awareness and transformation. Be aware of your inner states. Transform negativity into positivity. Stop wishing, start transforming. Adopt this approach and see your life align with your desired reality. Number 5.
Do we need to hear that one again?
I'm good, but if you need to, go ahead.
I'm asking for a friend, I want to say.
Asking for a friend. Yeah.
Okay. I am sharing certain. I'm sharing links to channels that pop up, whether we kind of familiar with the names or not familiar with the names. If I click on your name and I go to your channel, because Joe and I have our separate channels, but obviously we're both wrenches, so I can click into his chat channel and look at the connection to say this person, Christ Brings a Sword, does have a channel, even though he said something kind of to me. He does have a channel, so he might actually have something to say. I shared the link that goes through StreamYard. It goes to both of our channels. So like I said, or like we say, and also, where was it? Oh, Little Bunny Fufu. It's always interesting to hear other perspectives.
Yes.
So that even goes with if you have a channel and you're making stuff, that's your perspective. What are you looking into? Drew Duncan's been doing research for like a year now almost. And it started off with lighthouses. I believe it started off with he was walking around just sharing things in his neck of the woods. And then lighthouses. And then he's got some other crap going on. I don't want to say crap like I'm downplaying it, because he shared a video of maps that he found, and I like maps, and I go looking. I didn't find this video of maps. That's in the community tab, and it got my attention. I was like, oh, I have a thing for maps. You found a good map video. I got excited, and I was like, cool. So it's just like taking a break from everything else Joe and I are doing. So checking out other channels. Hopefully there's a good line of doesn't get, I want to say vulgar. I'll just use that word. But you got something to say. We're all about trying to share stuff without crossing a line of being vulgar and disrespectful and just nonsensical, whatever. So that's cool.
Have you ever listened to any of my music on my channel?
I think it's been a while. I know it's been
a while.
But it's been a while.
Wow.
Check it out if you get a chance. That's all I post is music mixes with my friends. I've got about 4 hours. 4 hours worth of music on.
Because it's going on a year when we did that. Spiritual Growth. I want to say April or May.
Yeah. It was in July when we did the mix together. But I've been putting stuff up for a year. Yeah, July. I just looked it up today for some reason. Oh, I was trying to share the link to that.
I didn't think it was July.
It didn't seem like that long ago, but yeah, that's what it said.
Long ago, but not long ago. So I did share Super up in the chat for both channels, so everybody can, as I remember, and multitask because I'm challenging myself.
Oh yeah, I got some good music mixes with my friends and some good playlists. To make them selectable by categories.
Yes,
also have a couple different albums that you can download from my community tab.
Joe and I want to help people connect, and unfortunately, having wrenches everywhere, everybody, it's kind of a frustrating area sometimes to give everybody a wrench or not, and Joe and I have talked about it on channels with people and wrenches and back and forth. And so Joe and I have wrenches. Joe has more wrenches to people than I do of just multitasking and or having to worry about the back doors and the stuff that YouTube allows without telling directly to the channel creators, because we didn't know what a moderating mod was. We didn't know that was a new thing. It became a new thing after we did the live stream of mods think they're gods. All of a sudden, there was a moderating mod. And I
Yeah,
was
that
like,
was
what
fun.
is this thing?
What timing, right?
And moderating mods can
Right.
actually pose. I don't know if they made changes again. Last we knew, they can pose as the channel creator and make comments, and it looks like the channel creator made it. Aside
Oh,
from,
that's not cool.
oh yeah, it's back doors. We call it like back doors, loopholes of just
Whoa.
this hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. It causes a lot of drama and issues and
Well,
reasons
sure,
why
yeah.
Joe and I got blocked on a few other channels that didn't know. Like too much with the power struggle and or using it as just a weapon in itself. So a lot of stuff going on. So I myself
I've seen a
with
few
Joe.
where like the names light up like green and they have a star instead of a wrench. I don't know if that's what they look like or what the
No,
deal is with
that's
that.
just like a membership thing with channels that are doing
Okay.
like just a fun interaction. If you want to, some
Okay.
channels have memberships, and it's just a little extra boost to involve viewers with their channel. And sometimes, depending on each channel with their membership, giving them extra content with the paid subscription membership. Blah blah blah.
It kind of sounds like the law of correspondence in a way.
Yeah, why don't we just play this one?
I'm
again?
gonna play it. Yes, I'm playing it again. All right. We're gonna really get into it now, everyone. All right, here we go.
By watching this, you'll discover how to transform your inner world, and thus your outer reality. The principle comes from an ancient aphorism accredited to the mystical writings of Hermes Trismegistus. As above, so below. Ever thought why some days you're on a roll, everything aligns, while others everything seems to fall apart? That's the law of correspondence at work. It essentially states that our outer world is a mirror of our inner world. Don't be misled thinking it's all about wishful thinking. It's more profound. It's about mindset, attitudes, and beliefs. If your mind is stuck in negativity, your reality reflects it. The key to leverage this law: awareness and transformation. Be aware of your inner states. Transform negativity into positivity. Stop wishing, start transforming. Adopt this approach and see your life align with your desired reality. Number 5.
Wow, that was actually a lot. I'm gonna
Whoa.
mute it and then back it up.
Can I go first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have at it.
Okay, so this is what most people refer to as Lady Luck. So you walk into a casino and either you're going to have a lucky day or you're not going to have a lucky day. It's not really in your hands. Although if you're really wishing that, Lady Luck is on your side that day, that it might have some influence on it, right? So this is a little different than manifesting. This is like lining up your energies so that you receive better outcomes. But this particular one is not really in your full control, because if you're feeling physically bad, I don't care how much you concentrate on something that you're trying to manifest or wish for or hope for, or however you want to word it, it's not going to work out. So you could have physical limitations. You could have forked thoughts where you can't focus on one thing because you've got overwhelming other things on your mind. Or, there's just a million things. There could be physical distractions. A waitress might bump you. Somebody might call your name and you think that they're trying to get your attention. Squirrel, right? All that stuff that comes into play.
Right.
So it's not all that's not all up to you. You can, with all your best wishes, without isolating yourself. There's too many distractions in this world for you to be in complete control of that. And this is one of the 12. One of the 12 rules. This is one that I had never heard before. I'm like, correspondence. What are they going to talk about? Writing each other letters? I don't get it.
Right?
I see what they're saying, but this is to me, I would call this the Lady Luck rule, and it's not so much a law. This is going to fall in line with law of attraction.
So it's not really in your control or out of your control, or
I'm not saying it's completely out of your control, but it's not completely in your control either.
So law of attraction.
You can have an influence, like whistling while you work will give you a better day. Like acting like you're in a good mood will put you in a good mood, right? But if you have kidney problems, no matter how much you're hoping that you're going to hit on the roulette wheel, the kidney problem is going to keep you from focusing well enough to manifest that.
So reading off the list I have for law of correspondence, this universal law states that the principles or laws of physics that explain the physical world energy, light, vibration, and motion have their corresponding principles in the etheric or universe as above, so below. So they're etheric. Right. So they're focusing on the reflective part, as above, so below, because then it does say what's within is without, like the outside of you energies.
Now, really quick, out of nowhere, again, me and JJ were just walking, and I mentioned the as above, so below, sorry, JJ said that, it's something we've heard, and all of a sudden I just went, as above, so below. What about as below, so above? I mean, since it's flip-flopping, why not flip-flop it the other way? Well, what do you think about that, Super?
I see everything in that sort of balance, so it really doesn't matter which way you look at an equation like that. But they do tend to feed us everything backwards, so it does pay to look at everything backwards, at least for analytical purposes. You don't have to do it all the time, but you should look at it from an analytic point of view. I don't think it really matters, right? You're saying they're both the same, up above and below.
Yeah. I just try to take that. Okay, as above, it's so below, meaning you're taking what's from above to make it so below, and for whatever reason, I was like, well, what about so below as above? Take what's from down here and make it up there. It's I don't know. My mind does that sometimes.
He's taking after me.
Where that whole thing gets confusing for me is this. I think I can kind of sum it up in a nutshell. There's basic forms like a point, the basic geometries, the spiral, the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, phi, pi, formula for a circle, all these things. Those would be the same above and below. But like the evil tendencies of things that are on this plane and probably below us wouldn't happen in the plane above us in heaven. So as above, so below doesn't work for activities, but it probably works for life forms, why things look the way that they do. You know what I'm saying? So on one hand, it makes sense,
right,
that all of creation is similar because there's a blueprint that works, and it's modifications of that blueprint that make everything. But on the other hand, the way that people behave, like I said, below heaven, both on this middle plane and on the lower plane, the inner plane, they're repulsive, right? That evil would never take place as below as above.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at it like an Oreo cookie again. We're kind of stuck in between. We're just stuck in between. Is it more of like the physical world that we live in? We're kind of stuck dealing with the spiritual realm of as above, so below. With a lot of stuff that we can't explain, that we do see or don't see, that is, with this goes kind of, to me, my head of going, I don't know what to do with this. I get looking at the words awareness and transformation, but as above, so below is what did it say in the video? Within, without. What's going on inside can also be a reflection of what's going on outside. And I do get picking up on energies because Joe and I feel that sometimes around Halloween. Like there is an energy in the atmosphere and it's buzzing, or oftentimes, depending on the time of the month, there seems to be a shift of energy buzzing around us that we could feel grouchy. And other times we feel pleasant, but we know it's not.
And really early on in this conversation, we touched on the 5 senses, and I said there were so many more. We've already talked about a couple extra ones.
Yep.
That's one of them. Right there. I call that the spidey sense.
That's for real. Ooh, the spidey senses. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said mighty.
No, spidey.
Spidey.
Oh, I get that too. The spidey sense, yeah.
So the spidey sense usually warns you of impending danger, but you also have like a sense for when people are looking at you from behind or whatever, somebody's staring at you. That's a sense. I don't care what you want to call it. If you want to start numbering them instead, whatever, that's like sense number 6 or 7 or whatever, you know.
Right.
But how about when you're standing outside by yourself and you have no reason to feel any fear, but every hair on your body stands up? That's a sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, they say that even about lightning's going to strike pretty damn close area if you get those goosebumps and the hair standing up. But you're usually more aware of the storm that's there. But sometimes lightning can hit out of nowhere. Apparently, especially in Florida, it travels. It's where the storm's 20 miles away, and people, report lightning strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Or how about an empathy that you know that somebody needs you so immediately that you just jump up and start running. You don't even realize why. And after the whole emergency or whatever, you're like, how did I even know? Mm-hmm. Women do that with their children all the time.
I was going to say, yeah.
I did it. I was here visiting with my mother in her house, and she was sitting on a couch, and like I was in the basement, kind of would have been pretty close to underneath her, but whatever I was doing, I wasn't paying any attention. And she inhaled cherry tomato, and she was choking on it. And I must have like subconsciously picked up on it because I really didn't hear it. And I didn't take my time. I was up here in like 20 seconds or less. And I realized what was going on. I leapt behind her, give her the Heimlich, shot that thing across the room, saved her life. But the whole thing happened in like under a minute.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like I didn't question myself. I didn't wonder, did I hear something? I didn't take my time and just come. I mean, I flew up here like I knew I had to do it now,
Yeah, there was a moment. Go ahead. Yeah, because those moments are crazy, not just like with young kids and putting, anything in the light socket, but when our kids were young, like toddlers, Joe actually got so sick one time, and he deals with asthma. So when he's got crap in his lungs, he can cough so hard and pass out. So his lung capacity is limited. And he was coughing so hard, and he went to the bathroom so that it wouldn't gross me out. So I was like, stop doing it in the sink or step outside. And he went to the bathroom and actually shut the door. And I could hear him, and then I couldn't hear him. And then I heard a thud because he was coughing so hard that he blacked out. And that looming energy presence was like, I was listening, but to babies to indicate that I now have to walk away from baby toddlers who are learning to walk and get into everything to go and check on him. And it didn't happen within like a second. It was like 30 seconds, and it was slow. And it was like telling myself, when I did see him passed out on his side, but still kind of crumpled over where I knew he wasn't breathing. And he's a bigger dude on top, like he's top heavy. So
Yeah.
I had to pull his. Luckily, he had a shirt on. I had to pull his collar still into his neck to get him to sit up straight, to get him to, because he was passed out, to get his
Wow.
body to open up. And I
Yeah.
had to, and the toilet and the tub is where he fell between, and that's like, we even say he couldn't help me, help him. And those moments of knowing, hearing, because you don't see it all, and just kind of like walking through it so slowly and going through it and still reliving it and just like take my breath away kind of realization of I had such a distraction in front of me, but I knew that something was going on with him, and the way he was coughing, the back of my mind, it was like paying attention to something more. Because sometimes it can still go south and then not end up okay afterwards. To have these energies or this intuition help you pay attention, multitasking like crazy, to even something that's in the other room with the door shut.
I count those as extra senses.
Yeah, because I clearly didn't know what happened to me, obviously. All I remember is vaguely coming to, and I'm like, what happened? I'm like, what happened? Where am I? All I remember is her going, "You're on the floor." And I'm like,
you passed out.
clearly. And then she's like, she was actually like, the EMS is coming. And I was like, what? We don't need them. I did too. I'm like, what? We don't need them. I'm fine. She's like, you just passed out.
I was like, are you going to prove to me that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger as long as I help you up?
Right.
Yeah.
We're stubborn unto death. I know it.
Oh,
gosh.
man.
Let's hop on to the.
Where were we? Oh, we're up.
Over number
Correspondence.
4. I think we're on 4. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
On the 10 Commandments.
Yep.
Yes. Alrighty, number 4.
What does the internet say?
Here we go. Number 4 in the 10 Commandments is remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Yep, that's what it says in my book.
So, to me, again, I guess to me, right off the cusp, I see a comma. So there's 2 things going on here. Definitely. One, it's saying, remember the Sabbath day. Now, back in those days, the Sabbath day would be Friday night.
Was it?
Okay.
They had a lunar calendar.
Saturday night. They went by nighttime, not daytime. So
no. I'm talking about lunar calendar. It was scheduled by the phase of the moon.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes, because our lunar calendar does not match up with 7 days a week. If you look at your calendar, it's on an angle when you see half moon, new moon, full moon, other half moon. It's on an angle. That's why I hear this conversation of 8 days, and the Beatles sing about it. So maybe it is something there. 8 days a week. Sometimes the calendar is to be adjusted. It's this conversation I hear about, but I'm not good with numbers and math all that much. But it's to even consider the moon cycle, the lunar cycle with the Sabbath day, of keeping track that it is a clock up there. It's a calendar clock. It's a seasonal clock. It's era, century kind of clock. There's more that makes it so confusing to say what was then. To remember. It's talking about an actual 3 parts in here. Remember. It wants you to use your noggin. So I'm remembering when I learned about it. And then apparently it was based off of the moon calendar, I'll call it, the Sabbath day. And I'm like, what is a Sabbath day? So what's the Sabbath? And I don't mean Black Sabbath, rock on. Sabbath. I was like, Ozzy Osbourne just popped in my head. I.
So, which you mentioned that it's a clock up in the sky, which in turn isn't the lunar calendar. When you're speaking of that, goes with the calendar, right? Of the that's the astrology part, where you have because Pisces ends it, right, and Aquarius begins it, or something like that. So it's like it's
there's layers.
It's its own clock. Yeah, there's a lot of layers to what's going on up there.
But even if you just, I would say you can look at the moon and the sun. Start easy, basic. The moon and the sun. The moon pattern for each week in a month doesn't, I'm going to say it, doesn't add up to the calendar we have, which makes it confusing to say. Remember,
one of the worst calendars.
Say it again, Super.
The current calendar, the Gregorian calendar, is one of the worst calendar examples.
Yeah.
One of the best calendar examples I've ever seen is 13 months of 28 days. The 28 days match the lunar cycle. That's the solar lunar calendar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
right.
The cool thing about that calendar is that, like, if you were born on the 4th of March and that was a Thursday, it would always be a Thursday. So things don't float around. There's no stupid leap year. There's,
oh, yeah. My grandma
matches the lunar cycles, matches the solar.
Yeah. My dad's mom, my grandma, is born on the leap year, the 29th of February. And I believe we have the 29th of February this year. Yep. So she liked to joke and say she was much younger than she was, which.
Well, yeah, bunch.
Which is a tease. She's a bitter old hag. She's very bitter. She is not a what I'll call like Leave It to Beaver or Brady Bunch kind of grandma that you think like. No, she is a scorned woman who said, "I'm much younger than I am, so I'm gonna live for like ever." And everybody's like, "Great, awesome, if that's true." She's actually gonna be 97. She's gonna be 97.
So I should mention in that particular calendar that I like that requires a 13th zodiac sign.
Which would
13
be
months. I've seen the name for it, and I can't think of it. I want to say it starts with an O, like Ophius or something, but I could be completely off track on that.
We have a really cool app.
I'm not the first one to say that. There's a 13th zodiac sign to match that calendar.
There is, what is our app called? Stellarium?
Stellarium, yeah.
When I look at this app on our phone, excuse me if you heard that, coffee's popping back. I've noticed in the last year or just over a year, almost a year, of watching this, and I know it's digital and it's on the phone, it's reading it and watching it. I thought a lot of things, but the sun had to be in that zodiac sign to match up with when it's the zodiac sign time frame for that month. And this past year, I never watched it before, but I thought that was the indication of, say, when Aquarius was. You know, it's the last half of January into February. It's usually the 18th, the 20th of one month into the next month.
Okay.
But the sun has not been in the zodiac signs matched up since for this past-ish calendar year. I'll call it calendar year. Since Virgo. Since the sun was in Virgo, the sun was actually in Virgo for 3 months.
2017.
And I don't know if this is a
The revel-
consistent pattern. I don't know what it's based off of.
That's the Revelation 12 sign.
The sun was in Virgo when it started Virgo, and then it sat there for just over 3 months, I think. And all I do is screenshot. When I look at stuff on my phone, I just take a screenshot, and I'm like, isn't it supposed to move? With the sun and the zodiacs are supposed to move like that little time clock, because it's late. It's very, very late for a very important date when I'm looking at the pattern of something going on, but I'm just noticing it. And I haven't quite found who to ask or mention this to, but I was looking for that sign off of my phone. It's right, even the angle, and it's on a, I want to say cockeyed angle of the celestial zodiac belt. I'm going to call it a belt. It's on a weird angle to try and notice the sun or the zodiac signs lining up. That,
Well, I feel like everything's off. We have a smiley and a frowny face moon now. The moon rotates 90 degrees like a wagon wheel every night as it travels across the sky.
yep.
Time is traveling at 238%.
Because I look at
right now.
after Aquarius, that is ending, I think now, it goes into Pisces.
No, we're in Pisces going into Aquarius.
Other way. Flip it. We're leaving Pisces going into Aquarius.
Pisces to Aquarius.
Not the era. I was talking about the monthly one.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, they match. They're the same, right?
Yeah, it's the same pattern, but you were talking about like the 13 months.
Oh yeah, I don't know what.
After Aquarius, Aquarius has Pisces, but also Cetus right next to Pisces, and I go, it could be either one, and they're both a sea creature. Looking one where I'm like, how did they pick and choose which one's actually what? My brain kind of goes a little deeper into the calendar of the zodiac signs and going, some of them are lined up, like Capricorn to Aquarius. There's a line. There's nothing next to it. With Pisces, there's Cetus, I think is how you say it, where you could pick either one. Because it's like a little fork in the road. It doesn't split too far, and it's not exactly lined up with some of these zodiac signs on this belt that look pretty lined up. Some of them kind of look like you can pick either one.
Yeah, and to go off of what you said there, Super, there's a lot of confusion. I want to say more so maybe now than ever because of the I call it the information age and era that we're in, right? So there's almost so much information, and I you know what, I will use the mainstream media's terms of dis, because the fact is, it is true. There is so much manipulation and twisting. It can be hard to actually find the truth and sift through it, and it almost could be daunting to some people that they give up. They're like, you know what, I'm tired of looking. It's too much. If it's this hard to find the truth, then why even try?
Yeah.
And I get that too, and that's why I tell him, I said, if I feel like it's too much, I will put it on the shelf. I don't completely abandon it. I will put it on the shelf, and I'm going to go back to basics, and I will basically, I guess, start over. I'm going to go back to basics and build from there, because something went out of left field, and it got to be confusing and overwhelming. So I'm going to retrace my steps and figure out where the swirling vortex of terror came from to make it confusing and overwhelming, because just because you hit your head against the wall or the glass ceiling doesn't mean it's a no, and it's more like redirect or go ahead, back up,
Good
regroup, take your time. I don't see it being a race to the end. Society wants to make you think it's a race to the end. That's just too much. I'm not a competitive person. I don't keep up with that stuff. I will like, no, I play for fun. And to say in a game of getting involved, like basketball, football, doing stuff. I do it for fun. If I'm going to compete, I compete with myself. I cannot compete with other people. I can tell you right now, I don't compete with other people. I automatically know that 99% of the time I lose. So I don't find it fun anyways. But I'm still going to try and I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it my way. Because I just don't even have that competitive nature in me. I get the hurry up, let's get it out of the way kind of thing because I'm tired or hungry, but I don't have the competitiveness that seems to come up out of the standards for somebody to fit into. And I'm like, I'm just gonna save you the time and whatever. I'm going to deny myself. You telling me that I'm denied. I'm gonna take care of it myself. It's okay.
Yeah, right. Which little bunny here said to my comments, I guess I was making, all this new information we are getting off the internet could all end up being just AI generated scripts anyway.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I made that comment.
Yes.
I was talking about that when we came back to the store. I said, you know what? In probably like 30 years from now, all of these declassified documents could be put into a book of worship, but still written by man because it was all these stories. It's all of something very similar.
Another author. Yep.
Another book.
So,
declassified.
To kind of bring it back to number 4 here.
Yes.
It's remember the Sabbath day. Okay. For what it's worth, I guess, most would say it was Friday night, basically into Saturday.
Real quick.
Night, I believe.
Sabbath definition, a day of religious observance and abstinence, I think I said that right, from work kept by the Jewish people from Friday evening to Saturday evening, and by most Christians on Sunday. We observe the Sabbath as a commandment.
Yes.
So annual midnight meeting. Oh, that's different.
That's different.
You know what? I'm going to say anyways. It's Sabbath. It's number 2. A supposed annual midnight meeting of the witches with the devil.
Jeez.
It's on there. Come on, we're going to learn to talk about everything. But this one says keep it holy. So
yes.
Sam Smith is not allowed.
This says, yes. This says to keep the Sabbath holy. By that, again, for reference, essentially back then, obviously they would work 7 days a week, so to speak. Well, the Sabbath would be a day of rest, which goes into farming and tilling, which I believe, I'm not sure if they do it still now, but I believe on the 7th year, they let their grounds rest, or you're supposed to.
Rotating the
so the Sabbath is very, yes, to keep it holy essentially is to keep it kind of sacred to where you don't do what you would normally do on the Sabbath. Like generally, if you go to work your 8 hours, so on and so forth, essentially.
It's even on number 4, it doesn't actually say how many days. It just says, remember the Sabbath, keep it holy. It doesn't say every 7 days is the Sabbath and keep it holy.
Yeah, it does. It does not give a timetable, no. But yeah, to keep it holy means set aside, set apart, keep it sacred. Special. So keep it sacred. rest. Just
when I look back at the correspondence, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, to recap, this universal law states that the principles or laws of physics that explain the physical world energy, light, vibration, and motion have their corresponding principles in the etheric or universe as above, so below. So I'm trying to see if my brain is still going to find some parallel between correspondence and keeping the day holy, or remembering the Sabbath, keep it holy. It's an energy.
Well, I think that is the correspondence in itself.
I want to say it's an energy.
Hey, holy.
Because if you were doing like the worshiping, it is still an energy of physics. So
yeah, that is true.
Kind of, maybe 10% connection between the two. I'll have to think about it some more. You want to hop into the next one?
Yeah, let's do it. And I'm actually going to grab a little coffee while this one's playing.
You'll grasp a law so foundational.
Yeah, I'll back it up.
There you go.
Okay.
Stop wishing, start transforming. Adopt this approach and see your life align with your desired reality. Number 5, the law of cause and effect. By the end of this, you'll grasp a law so foundational that it governs every moment of our existence. Esteemed scientist Carl Sagan once said, cause and effect. You can't have one without the other. Think of it like dominoes. Push one and a chain reaction ensues. Or consider your actions. A kind gesture might make someone's day, while a harsh word can linger in their thoughts for weeks. Many misconstrue it as simple karma, but it's much more. It's the backbone of our reality, every choice sparking a cascade of outcomes. At its core, this law dictates a simple truth. Every action we take, or choice we make, initiates a sequence of events, a ripple in the vast ocean of existence. The real power of this is conscious action. Recognize that they're not just isolated events, but initiators of a chain. Start creating positive ripples and watch the world change around you. Number 6.
That one, I think, is almost, I want to say, the most obviousness, to me, I want to say obviousness to understand. Say cause and effect, we throw that around since we were kids. Cause and effect. See my I don't want to get it. Like, see my knuckle sandwich hit your face? Kids on the playground, oh my gosh. See the tether ball smack you around the, just cause and effect with kids all the time because they're so, they're little rascals. That's what I want to say. They're just rascals. But cause and effect, like it said in the video, of making somebody's day with a kind gesture or negativity seems to linger around more consistently. It's like the law of cause and effect. We were watching those car crash videos from dash cam car crash videos to use as a good comparison of cause and effect. And a lot of times the major accidents happen because somebody is driving through a red light. And the person who went through the red light just severely messed up the life of the person who had the green light. But whether they were sleeping, intoxicated, not paying attention, whatever that cause of why they went through the red light, the effect is negative and detrimental a lot of times.
Right.
Not, the cause and effect isn't always so dramatic and impactful, but it was.
Can be.
The question came up, and we were sitting there talking about it. As I say, the biggest cause and effect I see is when somebody derails another person's life in such a dramatic way Why were they running that red light? They were late for work. They fell asleep. They were intoxicated. They were road raged. Even people with road rage, they're on a personal vendetta mission to follow somebody that cut them off. But there wasn't an accident, not even a graze on your bumper. But you're just pissed and you're fuming and you're going after somebody who didn't do anything. But everybody gets cut off. Get in where you fit in, right, Joe? That's his favorite saying, especially down here in Florida.
Yes, the drivers down here, that is the epitome. I mean, most people know about the zipper rule when it comes to driving. One, then one, then
Merge
one,
lane.
then one, then one, then one with merging. Yeah, these people around here, they will literally get in where they fit in. And even if they don't fit in, they'll make themselves fit.
And it's crazy to see how people react when there is a bus or a semi truck that needs to merge and get over. They just don't wanna. They want to be first. You're not first. There's a billion people in front of you. You're not first. But we have, I don't know if this is greedy mentality of just me first. I'm like, again, little kids like getting in line to go to the lunchroom, go outside of a recess. Nobody wants to be last. And everybody's fighting. Even if you go to, like, I'll say Walmart, and people are fighting over the spots that are closest to the front of the store, closest to the door. And I tell Joe all the time, since we've been married 15 years, 16 years together, I said, do not park in the front. He's like, why? That's where the doors are. I said, no, that's where the crazies are. You can sit here and people watch and see crazy people fight over a parking spot. And I'm like, there's 20 right over there. But it's just too far to walk 20 spaces. I'm like, what is it, 3 feet across, 3 or 4 feet across per space? I'm like, yes, it's going to kill you. You're going to die of a heart attack for not. But, shake your fist with your cane going, that was my parking spot. I was going to park there. Since the dawn of time when supermarkets were created, they're fighting for that parking spot in the front. I'm just like, nope, we park in the back.
So number 5 is the cause and effect one.
Cause and effect. Why do we park in the back?
I go and get coffee, and that's the video clip I missed.
Cause and effect. Why do we park in the back? To stay away from the crazies. We're gonna see them in the store.
Yeah.
And they're the ones like buzzing around like it's rush hour traffic, and they're still zipping in between and running over other people's kids with their shopping cart. And I'm like, wow, take a breather. But other than that, my cause and effect when it comes to this film, that there is the ripple effect. You can, and that corresponds, I'm going to say corresponds, with, what was it, number 2? 3, law of action and vibration.
Equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah. This guy's smiling.
But this one has the karmic quality, right? Where it's intent.
Can't have one without the other. And I use the dominoes all the time. There was a movie called Chain Reaction.
Yeah.
And I barely remember it. But it was so impactful to understand cause and effect, chain reaction, dominoes. To go, I think about certain actions, and if it's after 41 years, I'm a little better at it of going certain things that need to take place. I can do what is the domino effect of it affecting other people. As say, we have neighbors that throw their cigarette butts anywhere because we live on the bottom floor. We have 3 floors up at least, and anybody walking up the stairs, or like I said, 3 floors up, you don't see the ground floor, so you don't see how your cigarette butts are disrespectful and It's not biodegradable. It takes 10 years.
Right,
It
like
takes
from all
10
three
years.
floors. Yeah, oh,
No,
yeah.
they literally, I'm like, you flick your cigarette into the universe of just of nothing, of void. Like your cigarette buds don't exist. I'm the one
Right.
sweeping them. I'm sweeping them up. I'm sweeping them out of the way. I say I don't want to walk into it. I don't want my dogs to walk and step on it. You know the chemicals that are in these nasty things, but to say you just flick it like it doesn't matter. Cause and effect of I feel like my neighbors don't care about their neighbors. The cigarette butts alone, let alone there's just litter because nobody watches their kids and makes sure that their kids throw away their snacks. Let alone there are adults sitting out there also with their beer. They will leave their beer bottles everywhere. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense for you because then they turn around and complain how much it sucks to live here because of the way it looks. I'm like, that's your beer bottle. That's your pizza box. Those are your kids' wrappers. Those are your cigarette butts. What do you mean it sucks to live here? I don't even complain that it sucks to live here. I complain that people suck because they act like they don't care about others. Because you won't clean up after yourself.
So,
Like, what else
so
do you deserve to live here and you leave your trash everywhere and then complain about how much it costs to live here and that maintenance doesn't clean up the grounds? Like, they're not your maid. And it's like the problem with thinking of going, are you kidding me?
yeah. So would you consider learned behavior as cause and effect?
Oh, I would. Super.
Thinking about that. I'm not so sure suppression is a cause. I guess everything, everything that changes anything is a cause. So yeah, maybe.
Because again, that's something that um, I really feel is separate. Is karma, cause and effect, and it's like, where would you put behaviors, learned behaviors? Is that a karma thing or is that a cause and effect thing?
Both.
Learn behaviors.
The middle of the pendulum.
Or could
I don't know
cause and effect?
if they were given to you with ill intent, then there'd be karmic burden on the perpetrator. But if you're trusting your own, then it's on you. Right? If you're being indoctrinated by somebody intentionally lying to you, that's not on you. I mean, it might be at some point if you don't recognize it.
Well, yeah, because um, yeah, because I guess in a family structure or what have you, parent or guardian, right? There's guardians as well. So if you were raised in a situation of bad, what you would consider a bad learned behavior, like you pointed out, at what point, you know, does it become your own responsibility to go, hey, maybe this isn't such a hot idea to be doing whatever that learned behavior is? Or
Right?
because there's a lot of individuals who, one, maybe never been told that it was, wrong or, what have you, or, you know what I mean? It's like, makes you wonder.
Well, I would say that has been going on in the school system. Teachers are leaving their teaching jobs because these children are so, I will use the lawlessness, almost like there's absolutely no discipline from the parent. or even, I guess, validated attention at home from the parent, the kid is seeking it elsewhere. There's no, oh my gosh, to say the cause and effect is if those children, the behavior accumulates, it's not just one or two anymore. It's like half the classroom. These teachers are
Right.
there's teachers are leaving, and then you bring in the new teachers who really don't know what the hell they're doing when it comes to disciplinary issues to just let the child be. When in the history
It doesn't
of
take
that was a smart idea to let the
doesn't take
child
much for the whole
be.
system to have a cascade failure at that
And
at
it's
that
actually
point.
pretty violent sometimes. Yeah.
Because just imagine those children surviving to have children, and those children, you know what I mean? Oh my
I
God!
think
At some
that's why
point,
they
'cause they're
say the millennials, I want to say the younger millennials generation into the alpha gen or something, they're not having kids because they've grown up out of this ripple effect of they don't want to put their kids through that situation that they either went through being bullied even more, and the teacher didn't do anything, the parents didn't do anything, the so-called trusted adult authority figures, they didn't do anything. They actually punish the victim of the bully, and the bully gets rewarded. So a lot of people are like, I don't want to put more kids into this world and deal with
right.
that shit going on.
Yeah,
And
I already grew up.
also,
I felt that way.
yeah, I was like, I felt like I wasn't gonna have any kids because I just, when I look at the system, the school system alone, I'm going, I don't want to have kids and put them through this. I didn't have fun doing any of this crap. Joe didn't have fun half
You
of
knew it
the
wasn't
last
right.
half of it. So anyway, I was looking at this picture from the video, and I'm like, does anybody know the mind flare from Stranger Things?
Oh, geez.
The
That's
dark
funny.
energy of the mind flare. I looked at this going, this is the opposite of the mind flare of dark, creepy energy. This is light. This is like a light mind flare. This is happy. Go, because it kind of has that spider out. The mind flare looks like a spider thing, and it's huge. This looks like a firefly mind flare. I was like, it's happier, but it still gave me that similar image feeling going on.
Pretty hard to describe with words, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sweet. What are we on? 6?
We have to go over to
Yep.
the Ten Commandment version.
All right. This is this is one. Let me tell you, everybody, that JJ was like,
Yeah.
I don't think
Pull up
it
your
means what you think it means.
parents, baby. Your parents don't know what it means.
Oh my goodness.
Bring up your visual or
So here we go. Oh, you did send a picture again?
I went through hopefully taking a picture of what my book says, but I bring up your
Okay.
internet list of Ten
Yeah.
Commandments
Okay, I got it.
to see what the actual next
Okay.
one is.
Here we go. So according to this,
Number 5.
number 5
Johnny, number 5.
is honor thy father and thy mother.
So in the book, honor thy father and mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. That doesn't make sense. I don't know how that makes sense. With it's all in the same verse, 2 sentences. Not to honor, but it's just. Do you have my picture I sent you? It's number 12 in the book.
What verse? Okay, I see it. I got it.
Honor
Yep,
thy
yep.
father and thy mother,
Just give
that
me.
thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Okay,
Alright.
so we will stop sharing here. And
Super.
then we will go full screen.
I'm going to start with super.
That is a long-winded way of saying the short form. Honor thy father and thy mother kind of gets it done without all that other fluff.
I know.
Right?
I felt winded. Every time I read it, I felt winded.
Yeah. I think somebody got a hold of that one.
Alrighty. There we go. Honor thy father
thank you.
and thy mother, that thy days may be long on the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
So, Joe was mentioning, and I said, yeah, your parents. Joe's parents are, in my words, narcissistic, and they weaponize this to, we reflected on, Joe reflected, because I wasn't there when he was being raised, on his childhood, to him being an adult. And when he went back to Michigan in September to possibly say a final goodbye to his dad, situations got messy. And once again, this behavior from Joe's parents came about. And I'm like, they're weaponizing this. And yeah, that's the term I know getting thrown around a lot lately. To say they're throwing their weight around to push what they want. They want to get something done, and they want to put people under their thumb, mostly their own kids. And anybody else, that goes under their thumb is just a bonus. But his parents use the honor thy parents summary quote verse from the Bible to guilt trip. Joe is the youngest of 3 boys. And I saw this more evidently coming to my conclusion when he was up there in Michigan and I'm stuck down here in Florida, and I was like, man, they better be so happy and lucky that I wasn't there with you, because that hospital would have been burnt to the ground for what they said and what they were trying to manipulate and do, because they weaponized it. I was like, that's why y'all never liked me, because I call you out on your bullshit. I go, he's not 8. He doesn't need to honor you.
Well, the thing is, they don't look at it as honor thy father and thy mother. They interpret it as obey thy father and thy mother.
Yeah, I said
serve, right?
he's not 8.
Or serve your
he's
father.
He's not 8.
Exactly.
You're not 12. You are definitely well past adult age, and they still don't treat you like an adult.
It's more about respect, and you kind of touched on that with the teachers giving up. One generation without respect is an avalanche.
Mm-hmm. The teachers were giving up on being pushed, and now it's this behavior that's just like, oh well, what are you going to do about it? I'm like, wait, what? How are you and a principal or an administrator, that's the word I was looking for, how are you in charge and all you got is, oh well, what are you going to do about it? Or guilt trip the kid who was being bullied into, it's your fault. You had the better lunch. You had more money for extra snacks. You have cooler sneakers on. You get more love at home. Make up a list to guilt trip the kid for why the bully had to do what he was doing to pick on the other kid. And then if the kid stands up for themselves, and it does get physical, but he stands up for himself, again, the bully is still the victim. And I'm like, I've seen so many videos where kids got recorded for standing up for themselves, and they went after the kid who was first bullied, and they stood up for themselves. And they're like, you can't do that. And they're like, then fucking suspend me. I ain't putting up with this shit. And that is also a ripple effect of going, yeah, you don't have to put up with it. You don't. you can leave. It's okay to leave. You're still going to feel that energy of shock and, disapproval. But you aren't supposed to be here to be bullied, to be subjected to somebody else in such a way. You're not the punching bag for somebody else.
Right.
Nobody, even your parents. So even to honor your parents does not mean you are their punching bag,
What the crazy thing is,
the scapegoat.
as a parental figure, wouldn't one think that you would honor your own child, right? Yeah, it's interesting
Not
that
honor that child. It's
well,
it is a verse that says, "Bring your child up," so that I can't remember, so that they don't.
oh yes,
It is a type of respect towards your child. If you're gonna not spare the rod, spoil the child stuff. It is something where parents should not. Oh no! Are you googling it? I can't think of the word. There is
there
scripture in the Bible that does say parents should not. I want to say rival. It's probably rival. It's something about rival their children, because you cause that push away, that distance, that rebellion is just gonna. You're gonna light a fire under that ass. That kid will rebel even harder. To not rival, I want to say it's right. I don't know why that's marinating in my head. Parents or fathers, I want to say, should not rival with their children. I don't know if that's going to pop up or not, if it's phrased that way, but that is in there. I don't know if it's New Testament or whatever. Because there is these strifes and struggles that go on within families. I'm like, hello.
Ironically enough,
the first murder in the Bible was between two brothers.
Here we go. I got it. Ironically enough, it's okay. Here we go. It says.
Highlight it as you read it. It'll show.
It says.
You buffed.
Your parents in the Lord, for this is right.
Children.
Every time I buffer. Go figure.
Sorry.
Okay. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, whatever, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on earth. Okay, this is for the children to the parents. However,
there is provoke not.
Fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. So it actually says, do not provoke your children to wrath.
Which is like rival.
So guess what?
So much.
If you as a parent twist this verse, honor thy father and mother, to have your children obey you or have them serve you, guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen? You will end up provoking your child to wrath. They're going to go against the parent.
I'm going to point out that it says fathers provoke not.
Yes, it does.
But mothers, I'll say in this day and age, in the last 100 years at least, mothers, narcissistic, typical like toxic, narcissistic, just women, females, mothers, whatever, have that ability too. Like things have been shifted around, but I'm just like, it's not just the men, the fathers, whatever. It's both. It can be both. Like what, that Esau and Jacob story? The mother right. was, but even Sarah and Abraham,
Yeah.
Abraham was told to wait. Sarah would provide. And Sarah's like, I'm sick of waiting. And then she became
True.
she became jealous of her own solution because it wasn't actually her child. She became impatient. She didn't wait. And then the Esau and Jacob story, the mother intervened and said, "The father's lost his sight. Go and disguise yourself as your brother, and he'll give you the blessing." I mean, just it's both. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And this right here shows how to have it done correctly, essentially, because
And
if
it's a good indication. It's a good start.
well, yeah, it's a very good indication of going, hey, parents, if you do not provoke your children to wrath, then guess what? The children will honor thy father and mother because the parent is not provoking the children.
And that's while raising your child. That's while raising them into adulthood. Now, this is Old Testament, and most,
yes.
What is that celebration at like 12 or 13? Bat mitzvahs. They become an adult
Right.
by that age. They're considered adult, but now they're practicing more adult responsibilities into that age. And you do see that shift. We're not Hebrew or Jewish, but even we're Gentiles trying to figure things out with our own teenagers to become more adult-like. It still takes time. They didn't turn 13 and become a 30-year-old and you put all this responsibility on them. But to say it's the training, it's the upbringing of saying to honor, for your kid to honor you is a reflection of how did you raise them. To say when Joe and I met and decided to get married, I'm gonna bring up.
Yeah, I thought you were.
His mom. His mom.
Oh dear, that little bunny, you had to bring it up. Okay.
I was gonna talk about it anyways. When you become married, you leave and cleave to your wife. This was a problem for mostly his mom, but because his mom has a mouth, it bugged his dad, and his dad had to say something because they manipulate each other. They play each other. And he's like, no, 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 no. I'm a grown man. I've been a grown man. When we met when you were 26. Yeah. So I've been a grown man for quite a while. We ended up moving in with my parents when we got married. Actually, before we got married with my parents. My parents treated us more like adults than his parents. Just for him getting married. But it wasn't even that. His mom still took, I'm gonna say, trying to steal the show. It was her baby boy getting married. It was her baby boy having a baby. I didn't even exist. This is how it goes. This is my son, John.
True story.
This is my son and his
God.
wife. This is my son, so and so, and his wife, and their 2 kids. I mean, the subtle manipulation. It reminded me of Raymond's mom, Marie, from Everybody Loves Raymond, and watching Deborah get treated and the verbiage. And for years, I thought it was funny, but I still knew it was an insult. And it wasn't love. It wasn't respect. Because there's just, oh, you're not good enough, but whatever, it is what it is. To kind of attitude. And I'm like, no. You don't get to come over and have family dinner. We don't get to get together, your place or mine or somewhere in between, and constantly treat somebody like that. That was just mind-boggling. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't need you. She didn't like that. She did not like that. I'm like, I don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need that energy. So, just something to go on with the people and the energy. Which one are we on? Cause and effect?
No, we just did that one, right?
Well, I was trying to go. So
Yeah.
Cause and effect is number 5 with honor thy parents, basically.
Honor that father and mother.
So cause and effect is nothing happens by chance or outside the universe. Every action has a reaction or consequence. You reap what you sow. So definitely saying that for a child to honor their parents is on the parents to raise the child right and also be a member of society. You will reap what you sow, because his two older brothers have never amounted to anything because they were enabled in their bad habits of running the streets and doing drugs and drinking, and they're 45, 47 years old, and one of them is just now putting his pieces together, and he bitches about it all the time. And he has to work a minimum wage job at 47 years old. He can't get a car. He can get a license, but he has to pay out the butt for it because he has a record, because he has the DUIs, because he messed up hard when he was younger, because when he was it's a cause and effect of what his parents enabled and fought against. And his parents say, oh no, that's not us, that's them. I'm like, no, if there's no structure in the house, even though you say you were raised in a church-going Christian family household, it was all for show, because at home, everything was chaos and a mess. It shows into listening to his brothers talk about their childhood. It shows into their behavior today that his middle one still lives with mom and dad. He's the alcoholic, druggie, he's 43 years old or something, and he lives with mom and dad. He's unfortunately, his back is technically broken, so he can't work, but he's never done anything to do anything. It's always a dead-end street, and he's fine with it. It's everybody else's problem but his, and if you don't like it, there's the door kind of attitude. And his oldest brother, who's the one putting his pieces together to not 20 years behind on getting your shit together, who has 5 kids, and only one of them talks to him. Cause and effect, that generational curse I've heard, to say your parents, you, and the kids you have, is to say why there's this problem going on. Cause and effect for sure. I could see definitely connection there. All right, let's go to the next one.
Oh, what are we on? 7.
And the influential thinker coined.
No, we're on 6. I was trying to line it up. Law of compensation. Like an attorney.
Number 6, the law of compensation. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the influential thinker, coined the law of compensation. Essentially, you reap what you sow. Imagine this. You help a colleague with a task, and a week later, someone unexpectedly assists you. Or you constantly give your time and energy to a cause, and eventually, opportunities and rewards flow back to you. Contrary to common belief, the law isn't about relentless hustle. It's about genuine effort, not just physical, but emotional, intellectual, and moral. So, the key to tapping into this important law, it's about balance and exchange. The universe has this remarkable way of balancing things out. Give positively, and positive things gravitate back. Offer value, and watch your rewards manifest in unexpected forms. Before going forward, let me take a second and invite you to give a like to this video. It helps us a lot. Also consider subscribing to Serenity Knowledge, as we are determined to share valuable information in future videos, information that you wouldn't want to miss. Now let's continue with the very important universal laws. Number 7.
So yeah, the channel obviously gets a big shout out because this video is awesome. I love the visuals. So I think this one almost is like self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Nope. Which one was it?
You said 6, right?
Compensation.
Yeah, compensation.
It says the
Reap
universal
what you
law
sow.
is compensation The universal law is the law of cause and effect applied to blessings and abundance that are provided for us. The visible effects of our deeds are given to us in gifts, money, inheritance, friendships, and blessings. So basically, life. Like if you are happy, it kind of points out. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Sorry. If you're happier,
Right.
I'm gonna mute it and then play it. If you're negative, so yeah, you reap what you sow, cause and effect, karma. I'm pretty much good with this one. Some of it, yeah, I like it when it's self-explanatory, but I don't want to like skip. Oh, there it. Pay it forward. Little foo-foo. Which one did you click?
Yeah.
I clicked.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Is what I take from it. Like pay it forward, because you can reap what you sow. It's like doing something without an audience. It still has a positive impact. Doing something when nobody's looking with your other intention, it can have a negative impact. You don't always need an audience, but let's say the recognition is within yourself of, did I do good? Did I do not good? Did I do bad? Am I bad? To pay it forward. And I like those double-edged swords of it can go both ways, positive and negative. I'm going to pay it forward and be petty and spiteful. I like being, I don't know why I like being able to twist things and be like, that's a double-edged sword. Let's be a little more clear on it. But challenges in my own head, it pops up.
I got something here to add. Hold on, pause it. I got something here to add. Is it? Yes. All right. Check this out. So, we're looking at Matthew 6, just 1 and 2. Be careful not to practice your righteousness in front of others to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven.
This isn't one of the commandments.
No.
Oh, okay. So you're just adding. Okay.
I'm adding 2. So when you give to the needy, do not announce it with trumpets as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and on the streets to be honored by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that
that's where that comes from.
So that your giving may be in secret.
What?
Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you.
Matthew, what?
Chapter 6.
Chapter 6, verse 6?
Verse 2.
I didn't know that's where that came from.
That would be verse 3. Verse 3 says, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing.
Chapter 6.
Yes, chapter 6, verse 3.
3. But when thou, I can't read, but when thou doest some alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth. What? I didn't know this is where it came from. I thought it was about magic tricks and magicians and dog and pony shows or whatever. That's what it came from?
This
it. You know what's funny is in the book, in my book that I just read it from, the words are red. They're colored red. It's not black ink. It's red ink. So that's supposed to be God speaking. And that's in Matthew. I did not know. And I was just saying that earlier as a comparison. I don't remember if it was on the stream or before we started.
Well, it just
I thought it was
occurred to me.
trickery. See,
Right.
that's another double-edged sword. I thought it was about trickery.
That's exactly kind of what I was about to say, is that it just dawned on me that, again, biblically speaking, the one, as it goes, who comes to steal, kill, destroy, and who is the great deceiver,
But I like how
will take the word more than anybody and weaponize it, right? Because that's where you get corruption. That's why there's so much. Yeah, it's twisted for corruption. It became perverted instead of using it in the correct manner.
Yeah, but this scripture actually says,
Wow.
do not let the left hand know what your right hand is.
Yes.
The left hand is viewed as not holy, like the right hand of God. So the right hand is viewed as like holier or more righteous. I won't say holier, but righteous. And the left hand is low-key, I guess. Trickery. Maybe it's one and the same. I'm like, oh, my goodness. So,
so what was the universal law again that we're doing?
Compensation, attorney at law. Compensation. Where am I at? Video. The law of compensation. Points out you reap what you sow.
And a week later, someone unexpectedly assists you.
Well, that's not the beginning of it.
Ocean of existence.
Pause there. Pause. Mute it until I get to the number. Yeah, this is the one before. They're such pretty visuals. Law of compensation.
There you go.
So, cause and effect, you reap what you sow. Compensation is what you're owed in life. So, what is, I'm laughing already. What's the next one on the 10 Commandments?
So, number 6 is what you feel. Yeah, that goes in line with what I just read, what you feel like you're owed. So, when you shout it out going, yeah, I helped out this, person. Well, that's your reward. That's what you're owed because you didn't do it in secret.
There you go.
Yeah, but this is off of the 12 universal laws. What does the next one say on the 10 Commandments?
Okay. We are doing. All right, we are back here. So the next. Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me. That's hilarious. Well, not really, but so number 6. Number 6 is thou shalt not kill. Well, boy, I tell you, you can't get any more self-explanatory than that.
Well,
thou shalt not kill.
If it's in self-defense, if you are being attacked and you can't deflect and redirect anymore, and it comes down to your life or theirs.
Oh, so this, what you're saying, has a
question mark.
Well, no, it has to do with intent and motive.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, court of law.
So, if your intent and motive is ill will, period. Well, no, you're not supposed to. You have to do it. That's different. So, but again,
buffer.
Again, there's no guidelines here, right? Right, Superside? All it says is "Thou shalt not kill." There's no guidelines. So, what do you think, Super?
Yeah, we're not supposed to read more into it or take away. So it's that's what we want to do with this one. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm good with it. So we can.
That would be exactly what it says. Do not kill. Period. There's no outs. There's no lighter than. There's no okay. It's.
But like you said, the
But see,
intention of
this brings up a problem here too, because the story is that Jesus was a fisherman, killing fish.
Hmm.
it doesn't say, even in my book, it doesn't say what kind of life not to kill.
You
Yeah,
know
there's nothing
what?
specific here.
Wow. That's actually interesting. I didn't think of it that way. Yeah.
Vegans will.
Boy,
I'm
this
sure
would
that.
make vegans really happy, wouldn't it?
That would be the number one company. Number one name for a vegan company: Thou shalt not kill.
Hey, I'm sorry to say, guys, I'm about out of steam here.
Okay, we understand. We're gonna push through, because we just want to have it all in one stream and just
Yeah, we're
Power
gonna.
to you, man.
kind of roll with it. But we appreciate you.
I'm sorry to drop out on you.
Oh no, it's all good. We understand.
Oh no, it's been
You're in the
a
same
blessing
time zone
having you
as us.
here.
Awesome.
You're in the
Always a
same
good
time
time.
zone. Yes, I didn't think it would be this long, but
I really didn't.
Over.
we
We're
had
like,
no idea.
self-explanatory. Okay,
Keep
on
rolling
to the
like
next.
this.
But yeah,
Thank
okay.
you for having. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, thank you much for being here, Super. We'll definitely get a hold of you again and have you up here again.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a
See
good
you
one.
guys.
Alrighty, have a good night.
I was thinking this. Fufu typed it. Plants are living too. And I'm like, okay, so let's go with the breath, the living breath and a heartbeat kind of. But we're putting that I guess standard or stipulation up there. Say
Right.
living is living.
Indeed.
Let's just go to the next one. I think I have to let it play.
Probably.
Law of attraction. There it is.
Oh, did you put the two sixes together?
What do you mean?
Because we were doing that. Six, universal law number 6 and 10 commandment number 6.
Oh, what I was doing. That's right.
Yeah, might as well keep doing it.
Yeah. Draw my conclusion. So, thou shalt not kill with law of compensation, which sounds like you need an attorney to represent yourself in the event of something happening. Cause and effect is applied to blessings and abundance that are provided for us. The visible effects of our deeds are given to us and gifts, money, inheritance, friendship, and blessings. So this is a very positive. There's no yin and yang, I want to call it. The compensation is all positivity. So definitely life, if thou shalt not kill, if you are happy with your money, inheritance, friendships, and blessings, you have no reason to kill. It's just put there to be kind of obvious with thou shalt not kill. You're good. Your blessings in life. I have no idea what else to do with that. Pretty much say if you're good, you ain't gonna hurt nobody else or let alone take their life. That's all I got.
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, it's kind of self-explanatory.
I want to say it's self-explanatory, but even with this law of compensation number 6 for the 12, it's only focusing on positivity. It's not bringing in the I call it the duality of positive and negative. What about the negative side? That cause and effect. If somebody else is affecting you, the law of compensation is eventually you're going to get your compensation after you've gone through some trials and tribulations. I mean, it's not word for word, but like you even said, you had to go find something else in the Bible to bring it into maybe a better understanding that there's more to it for us humans to think about, to just be like, it's supposed to be black and white, but it's coming through like a rainbow troll on a rainbow unicorn or Pegasus flying through the sky. Like, maybe not so black and white. Thou shalt not kill makes a lot of sense to me. The law of compensation only talks about positivity, and that's not realistic to me. That's not realistic to.
No.
It does mention cause and effect, right? Was I reading? Yeah, the law of cause and effect applies, but it's saying it's only applied to blessings and abundance. I'm like, I don't do sugar coated bullshit. So that one,
Yeah.
I have a problem with number 6. Okay. All right, number 7, law of attraction.
The law of attraction. This law is a universal truth that can make you a magnet for your desires. This is a life-changing law embraced both by quantum physicists, esteemed personalities, and authors. What you focus on, you attract. Picture this. Dwell on positivity, and positivity flows to you. Stress about negativity, and negativity ensues. It's like tuning a radio. Your frequency decides the station you get. If you believe that the law of attraction is about wishful thinking, you're off the mark. The true core of the law is active visualization. This isn't about idle daydreaming. It's about vividly seeing your goals as already accomplished. So here's the key to activating the law of attraction. Stop wishing, start visualizing. Begin taking steps to your dreams, no matter how small. Trust in yourself, in your vision, and you'll be surprised how life aligns with your desires. Number 8.
Wow. Just like the other one, I think I have a problem with this one too, because it's all about the positivity. It's not realistic of dealing with, like I said, if you focus on negativity, if you only focus on positivity, if you want it and you wish it, it will be yours. Like he said, manifestation. I'm like, there's too much, I want to say, denial of being realistic in life. If something bad and tragic or hardship is occurring, you have to deal with it. Now you can be optimistic and try and be positive that the outcome will end soon with hardship, but realistically, let's say living in some fantasy land and sounding like a peppy cheerleader of positivity, going through some hardship of hearing bad news of a diagnosis doesn't bring positivity to. I'll make it personal. When we were getting our son evaluated for autism, I already knew, but I needed a doctor's note to confirm it so that we could get him any more assistance that you can't get without a doctor's note. No amount of positivity was going to change the diagnosis and the outcome. Yep. It's hardship. It's hard work. It's devastating.
Mm-hmm.
I still have absolutely no happy thoughts going on when I think about it, when I think back to it. I'm glad that I was apparently strong enough to go through it, because there was a lot of times where even my better half, the father of our kids, he was devastated more to realize that he's a father and his son doesn't have this future, because as parents you think about what they're going to be like when they grow up, and when you get a diagnosis like autism, depending on the level of autism, he's not going to grow up and be possibly a football star, some kind of athlete that is typical, to understand how to even let go of a dream that will never be. It's devastating because it's realistic. So positivity isn't going to change anything. And some people will argue, well, if like prayer, meditation, you could change him, like you could cure him. And I'm like, that's not realistic. That's still not realistic to me. The only thing that positively changed was discipline. I had to discipline him like any other parent has to discipline their kid if you're actually doing that. I still had to follow through with discipline, but because of his autism, it was tedious. I had to do it 10 times more for him to understand. The cause and effect of throwing something and it hit your sister and you're in trouble for it. It was 10 times more or 100 times more follow through discipline to teach that kicking and hitting is not okay. It's not a fun game. And to learn that for years because his developmental was delayed, because that's the realisticness of what's going on. And his autism is like, if you're an adult and you have a very bad head injury from a car accident, you can have similar behaviors that are like a toddler because you have brain damage. The healing process is like, it's long term, if at all possible. It is a miracle type 1 in a billion to be healed from it, but you're never who you were before. Difference is there's still sensitivities. The damage is still there. Your body still remembers the injury, depending on the degree of injury. So realistically speaking, yeah, this one bothers me too, of say law of attraction, of I bring positivity to my life. I am positively sure you're full of it. Like, this one is like, I get where you're going at with it.
Yeah.
As long as if you're in a controlled environment, then absolutely you can have all the fucking positivity coming your way. Controlled environment, no cause and effect, no karma, no realistic life events to derail you and go through hardships.
I think something that I know you pointed it out, but I kind of want to, I guess, touch on that is because of your background with the schools, you were able to pick up on our son's behaviors, habits, and what it would entail.
Right.
And I look at that and go, that's two words that I think should be presented in this situation that I did not have. And those two words are self-awareness. You had self-awareness to see what was going on way before I did. And you had that self-awareness in understanding and capability to know already right from the get-go what this what this child's life is probably going to amount to and or not amount to, as to where I didn't have any of that self-awareness to understand any potentials or non-potentials of the outcome or severity of what was going on. So now the reason
it's still like I was self-aware. I was very aware of what was going on, and I could have hit that. I could so hit the denial button. I could have denied it. I could have acted like, nah, he's just a kid. Nope, not happening here. I'm gonna be in denial. It'd still be like, because you're aware, but you're also making this other choice to deny it. I chose to accept it, and if I was wrong, I wanted a professional at the time to tell me I was wrong, and they wouldn't even look at him. They wouldn't. I could see it on their face when you know they knew. They wouldn't admit it. They wouldn't give me a referral to go to a professional or another professional. Down the line it goes to look at him. They put it off for 3 years because they were. I wouldn't even say they were in denial of it. It was another issue that the system was bombarded with autistic children and parents who didn't know what to do about it. I was already working like 6 or 7 years with kids with all kinds of disabilities. So I wasn't losing my shit when I walked into the office and said, I think he's got autism. I was pretty calm, cool about it. I was emotionally devastated because I knew, but again, cause and effect. I didn't walk in there pleading for help. I don't know what's going on. So the doctor didn't help me, didn't help us or our son and what was going on. And then our daughter has a neurological problem and still, it's another issue. But I want to point out Stacy's comment of hearing about people actually healing from, I'll say 100% from autism. There's such a spectrum with autism. I don't know what the background for each person is a case by case degree of. I've been hearing about it too, and I still look at it going, there's just something more. There's so much more to it of whatever is the problem. I'm not going to say it. What I know what it is, but I'll just say it as whatever is the exact problem in the environment and or other departments going on.
Yeah.
To say the degree, it really depends on the degree on the spectrum. Because we noticed a huge change in his behavior when we had to make diet changes. Dairy products being one of them, a huge change. It wasn't a fix, it's not a cure. So it's still hard, no matter what, it's hard. So me wanting a cure, my positively wanting a cure that doesn't have to deal with surgeries or taking medication.
Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. I want to say, yeah, want. I mean, wanting, and I can manifest the wanting of it, but I have stipulations of I just want him to wake up one day and be healed. But that's not realistic, even with a faith of a mustard seed that can move a mountain. It's just it's just being realistic, even with faith barriers. I read the stories, but the Old Testament's different from the New Testament. They say there's shit going on for a reason, and it absolutely sucks. For that cause and effect of hardships and the variables that go into it. Of cleaning up the diet, cleansings, and all that kinds of stuff. Very much so.
It helps. It helps. It really
helps,
does.
but it's also fucking expensive. I couldn't believe it. I'm just like, I'm thankful for coconut oil. That was the first major thing next to dairy products. But have you looked at the ingredients on most of our stuff today? Most of our stuff, because they say by law they have to post whether or not your food is biologically engineered ingredients. It's not just GMOs. I'm like, so much comes at you where you feel like you're just going to give up. I'm like, here's the cause and effect. Take it up the tailpipe. I don't know what else to do. As many of us out there kind of say we don't know what else to do. And we just keep talking to each other, and we keep sharing whatever insight. When it comes to this and trying to help our son, I've been at this for 10 years. That's what led me into the rabbit holes and back alleys of conspiracy theories. It started with, what is wrong with my son and why? So yeah, I don't know it all, but I've looked into what I feel like 99% of it. But yeah, cilantro is really good for a heavy detox, and I love cilantro in my salsa. It burns. I'm a very sensitive palate, and cilantro burns, and I tolerate burning for cilantro. It's hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were we just
So-
number 7?
Yeah, we just did 7.
Laws of
there.
attraction.
And 7 over here is Well, that's funny.
I know.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Laws of attraction is not about looks, apparently, according to the video, even. I mean, that's self-explanatory because that will definitely lead to cause and effects if adultery and drama, let alone fornicating, leads to offspring. And that is a huge problem in society. If you're in a committed relationship and you're not in a open relationship, you are in a committed relationship, but you are the woman to the man. I go, both of them. You're sleeping around and you're having basically what, love child? A love child is what they call it. You're having children with your non-committed partner. It's a huge problem. They're like,
Yeah.
consequences. I'm like, good grief.
Let's. Okay, I'm going to.
Can I draw any comparisons between laws of attraction from the universal list? Demonstrates how we create the things, events, and people that come into our lives. Our thoughts, feelings, words, and actions proceed energies which, in turn, attract like energies. Negative energies attract negative. Positive attracts positive energies. Okay. Even in adultery, that's not your committed partner.
Well, think
Don't.
about that. So if you have those energies, right? Yeah. So you're what negative? You said, yeah. So you're talking about infatuation or lust instead of, I guess, what the traditional love is. Then, well, yeah. I guess if you just have infatuation and lust, then yeah, that's pretty much adultery. Right there.
Those energies, those hormone energies, take over, baby.
So, for those who don't know, we're gonna say it anyway.
Voluntary.
So, adultery, the definition is a voluntary sexual activity between a married man and someone other than his wife, or between a married woman and someone other than her husband.
I thought they were going to pick on the men.
Nope.
Because it's the man's fault.
Nope, it goes both ways, as they say.
Okay, that's self-explanatory. So yeah, the energies of attraction. You can find a lot of common relatableness with somebody that's not your committed partner, but that don't mean you need to mattress dance with them. Maybe that means even more of guarding yourself and distance with let's see, the law of action, cause and effect. I mean, think it through very thoroughly if you're leaning on the 12 universal laws rather than the 10 commandments, so to speak. But there's a connection there. There is a connection to say that the universal laws are more positive or whatever. Fools and tools. That's funny. Much love.
Awesome.
First time call. Let's say first time caller, first time listener.
Yeah. Welcome.
It is a long stream, apparently. We are actually going to get through the list.
We are going to finish this tonight, no matter what it takes.
Drawing conclusions.
This law is a universal truth.
My bad.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that this is a chilled, laid back, this is coffee chat. We have like three or four different, I guess,
I think this
varieties of stuff we do. This one is our casual coffee chat. So, just chime in, kick back, enjoy.
or bail. It's okay. That's too. That's fine.
Yeah.
These are such pretty visuals. This link to this video will be in the description box for later.
Yes. So if you have any questions or anything.
I'm trying to get to the next one, number 8.
So we're on number 8. Okay.
Oh, sweet. You've been listening. Thanks for hanging in
awesome.
there.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around and hanging in there for however long you've been doing so. It's yeah, we absolutely did not intend this to be this long. We had no idea, but hey, that's okay.
The law of perpetual
transmutation of energy.
That sounds like the Department of Transportation.
you know what? But before you do that, I want to
We're on our second one also.
I want to pull I do want to pull this up so we all have a idea of what we're dealing with here. So the transmutation word is the action of changing or the state of being changed into another form.
A physical form or thinking?
So in physics it says the changing of one element into another by radioactive decay,
dying,
or nuclear bombardment, or similar processes. So it's alchemy.
I'm like, it's like when your body dies and it decays. When you say decay, I'm like, okay, so when I'm not living anymore, my body's doing its thing afterwards. And then you're like nuclear bombardment. I'm like blowing stuff up.
No. This because it changed. I see what it's saying. It's being transformed from, like this says, transformed from one species into another. It is alchemy. It's taking, it's basically taking a chemical, using alchemy, and you have something new, different.
Whoa. I'm going to step back. I'm leaning back even in my chair going, you want to change species? You mean like I could be a unicorn?
I'm just going with the definition of transmutation.
I know, I'm saying it out loud so I can try and make sense of it.
It's changing one. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Can we just play the video? Because we didn't play the video. I need the video to help me out here.
I know it sounds complicated, but you'll see it's not. You can unlock the potential of your life with this profound principle. Einstein's equation E equals mc squared is suggesting that energy and matter are interconvertible. At its core, this law states that all energy is in a constant state of movement and change. Imagine water. It can be a liquid, solid ice, or even evaporate as steam. It's the same substance, but transmuted into different forms. Similarly, thoughts, being a form of energy, have the potential to manifest into reality. I'm sure you've noticed at least on one occasion how consistently thinking about a goal eventually led it to materialize. You think this law is about pseudoscience? You're wrong, my friend. The real heart of this law is mindful control. Control over how you channel your energy is key to utilizing this law. Embrace the flux. Understand that with intention and focus, you can direct energy towards desired outcomes. Harness this law and watch possibilities become realities. Number 9.
No. Dude, you're no. I'm gonna mute that and let it play so it catches up. For what they're talking about, transmutation, is that it?
Yes.
I'm gonna wait for it to catch up when it says. Okay, what is? I'm just gonna be a 6-year-old first grader. What is perpetual?
Well, we do want to be thorough here, right? We definitely want to be thorough, so here we go. Perpetual is continuing or enduring forever, everlasting, lasting, and
Lasting,
time.
indefinite. Okay, so infinity. And transmutation was. Can you bring that one up again?
Oh, okay. Yep. Transmutation. Well, we don't want.
Let me look at my law of perpetual.
There we go.
Perpetual transmutation of energy. All persons have within them the power to change the conditions of their lives. Higher vibration consume and transform lower ones. Higher vibrations consume and transform lower ones. Thus, each of us can change the energies in our lives by understanding the universal law and applying the principles in which a way as to affect change. It's very vague with energies and change. It's more of like positive thinking, negative. This one, to understand the actual words, I feel like they're trying to go around the real, like, what's the definition of this I want to say transmutation.
Yeah, transmutation.
Change into another form. To change, this is saying your physical, not just change your way of thinking, but to say changing the state of being, change into another form.
Yeah, the action of changing or the state of being changed into another form. So
I'll just say I'm having a very, very hard time with this one. My physical form, I am a female, adult female. What is my physical form currently? I'm gonna break it down. And for myself, say I am a adult female, and I can change my adult female into a female unicorn with rainbow hair. Let me do that right now with my avatar, right? Okay, let's do it. Let's go visual. There. Now, I am a female unicorn with rainbow hair.
oh my god. Oh jeez. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know how to change it back.
I got it. Well, I think it's because of the way the outline is of this video. I want to say it's probably sticking possibly to the conscious, subconscious, spiritual aspects of one's divine intervention of oneself.
I think this is making it harder than it needs to be with whatever it's trying to say without saying it, because it doesn't want to.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually want to say what it really means. So they're kind of redirecting and mixing three other laws that kind of make sense. Just word salad the fuck out of it.
Hold on. So the law itself is the perpetual transmutation of energy. So basically, it's basically trying to say that energy is forever changing, and you have the power to. It sounds like the same thing as the last one, honestly, where it's like you have the ability to be as positive as you can be and move forward, and I'm like,
No, the transmutation is going into
but
the
it's
physical. When you look at the definition of the word, that your physical existence depends on where they want to take it. And I'm like, well, be a little more clear on it. We're talking, the Bible needs to be a little more clear on it too. Sometimes I'm just like, it's not black and white.
all right. Let's see what this says here.
You can't share. I can't see it.
It should still be up there.
No, I booped it.
Oh, well, why would you do that? Okay, here we go.
Because I changed into a unicorn. Rainbow hair.
Okay, everybody, here we go. So the law of perpetual transmutation of energy reveals that energy is ever changing and constantly in motion. The nature of energy is perpetual, everlasting, right? Constantly changing and transforming. So it's like one of the stars you see in the sky, they're like just flickering and freaking ball lights flying everywhere. Okay.
Burning gas of.
As its name implies. So no matter what happens to it, it will always exist. It cannot be created or destroyed.
Nope, this is making it harder than it needs to be.
That is
I am
definitely making that harder.
This is a very challenging step, or I'm confused and I am denying this one right now. They're going somewhere with it that just I'm not ready for, don't make sense. I'm okay, I'm done. I got nothing. Let's go over to the 10 Commandments.
Oh, good grief.
What?
Am I still up there? Okay.
Yes.
All right, check this out. So this
Buffer.
the what?
I'm just yelling out
I'm
buffer.
buffering. Okay. So this one is stating under, the perpetual thing. It's saying it's a superpower law. Okay. So
Well, I don't even know what that is.
Well, hold on. I'm going to read it. So by exercising your power to activate thoughts that serve you rather than the ones that don't serve you, you can transmutate those thoughts.
That's what the other one said.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. It's the same thing.
When I say they're making it harder than it needs to be, or I feel confused, it's because they put they put another law in there on this list. They reworded it and gave it a different title.
But it's the same thing.
That goes with the law of attraction, cause and effect, compensation. I go all the ones before this. It just sounds really fucking fancy and expensive. The law of perpetual energy. We're going to stick it right in the middle so it looks like you're elevating and getting somewhere. And I'm like, that sounds like I can't fucking afford it. And all it is big fancy word salad of, well, it's your energy. Positive, negative. You already fucking said that. It's like 3 other ones because I see the connection and correlation.
Yeah. Okay. All I see out of this statement is it states that energy is constant and always transferring, always changing the conditions around us. Okay. There's a thing called life. So every day we wake up, it's never the same. Duh.
Oh my God. You could have called it.
Like.
No. What is that saying?
Of course.
Oh my God. What is that saying? I'm thinking of 2 different ones at the same time. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. And then somebody said, but change. Change is always going to happen.
Yes.
So, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, change is always going to happen.
Two big fancy words that sounds like I can't afford it. Perpetual, transmutation. I understand the word energy. So you're just saying energy is a change that's always going to happen. Okay, moving on. I get it. Okay.
Okay, there we go. I think we figured it out, folks. We finally figured it out. Okay.
I had to bring it down to being a first grader. How do you explain this to a first grader? Come on. What's the next one on
Okay.
the 10 Commandments?
Over to
That was fun. Oh, that
That-
hurt.
kind of was. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. We have, what are we on, number 8? Yeah, 8.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Steal what? Steal my brain cells? Damn.
I think this is starting to steal some brain cells.
Oh, my joy. Steal
It's
my joy.
getting interesting.
My brain cells
Um,
really challenged on that one. Boy.
Well,
Boy.
obviously, this is clear, clean, I can't talk it. Sorry.
Clean.
Oh my God. It's been like 24 hours.
Me
whatever.
neither. I'm gonna
So,
take it back. I'm gonna
Thou shalt
harness
not
my
be
energy.
a thief, okay? Thou shalt not be a thief. Basically what it states.
What's the next one? Because there's 12 laws and there's only 10 commandments.
Yes, there's only 10 of these, but that's
so don't
okay.
steal. It's
So-
not yours. Don't steal it. If
So-
you pay for it or ask, don't take what's not yours. Okay, self-explanatory.
Does this correlate with the one we just transmutated with, apparently?
Yes. It stole my energy to even expand on yes. My energy was,
That is...
you know what? Let me hop over here and read off all persons within them have power to change the condition of their lives. Like, higher vibration, consume energy, low ones. You know what? You have to be able to know what high energy is versus low energy when it comes to energies and dealing with people. Mostly this is all about dealing with people. Possibly
Right.
the supernatural spiritual realm. The energies that are high are usually love, comfort, welcoming. Low energies are unsettling, danger, cautious, thou shalt not pass. Very unwelcoming. So if all persons have within them to change the conditions of their lives, thou shalt not steal, can be wrapped into change your life, not somebody else's. You can steal somebody else's life, their energy. You can be a thorn in their side when you didn't have to be. Each of us can change the energies in our lives. We also have the ability to affect others. So if we know we're affecting others and want to if people actually want to negatively affect others, you know what? People are out there talking about energy vampires. And I'm now calling it a leech. If you are sucking the life out of somebody, yeah, you're stealing their energy. You're using them. You're playing them. It is a type of like stealing. You are using them and they are wasting their precious energy on you. And they have to change the condition in their lives to cut you off. That kind of hurt, but I made it work.
There you go. Okay, let's move on.
Can we have an
Number
intermission? We need another intermission. I need a refill. We still
Oh,
got
you
a
do?
couple. We got a couple more to go.
All right, we got a
And
couple more to go. We will finish this, everyone.
we're gonna push through, baby. Yes, we are.
going to
This
finish
is very. This is very good.
This
is
will be the last intermission. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we will wrap this thing up. And wow, this has been definitely enlightening in many different ways. So far,
Oh my goodness.
Alrighty, we will see y'all very momentarily.
Yeah, let's fall on the ground and roll around.
know you're the money maker, but the money stats are behind you.
Welcome back. A thing or two here. There we go.
I have to be on this side?
Yes. I like my couch over here, that I sit on.
This is my happy thoughts down at the bottom of trying to deal with that one. This is my positive happy thoughts of energy. I don't feel positively happy after dealing with that one. Perpetual energies. You could have got rid of transmutation, I guess. Perpetual energies.
Yeah.
I don't know. Law of relativity is next. Oh my gosh. Put the video on, press play. That was a challenging one. I'm almost ready to pull the plug. I'm done with this. Perpetual energies are just, I've had it. Where's the video?
There we go. Oh, that's still on 8, isn't it? Yeah, that's perpetual transmutation.
It's only like, I don't know, 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long.
The visuals are so awesome.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, welcome back, everyone. Thank you again for hanging in there, sticking around, coming and going, what have you. If you have any questions, if you have any comments or anything, you can always drop it underneath after this is over, or ask them in here while we're live still, what have you. So we're gonna be doing number 9, and so we got 9 and 9, we got 10 and 10, and there is no 11 and 12, obviously, the commandments. But
well, yeah, that's why I was kind of like, what is the next one on the commandments to kind of throw in there to do a 2 on this one and a 1 on that one. If we do the law of relativity, we're just gonna play the video.
Prepare for a mindset shift thanks to the teachings of renowned positive psychologist Martin Seligman. Authentic happiness flourishes not through comparisons, but through embracing gratitude for our own unique journey. $100 seems a lot to someone with only $1, but seems small to a billionaire. Same money, different perspectives. In life, we often compare our lows with others' highs, leading to discontent. If you believe happiness is about having more, you're mistaken. The real essence of happiness is the relative perspective you hold. It's about how you view what you have in relation to others. So the secret to amplifying your happiness is this: stop comparing, start appreciating. When you appreciate what you have, instead of focusing on what others have, you'll find that happiness naturally starts to flow into your life. Number 10, the law of polarity. By understanding this law, you'll...
Both clicking the button.
We're both clicking the button. Oh, you do that, I'll read this. The rain came right when it's a bit of a mess now. I'm going to have to split. Got parent duties. Yes, we understand. Thank you so much, Not of This World, again, for hanging in here so long.
She was getting her lawn mowed, and she was hoping it would get done.
Yeah.
Everything, some storm coming, and yep.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and hope to see you again. And welcome anytime.
Cool. Thanks. Yes. Hanging around and chilling.
Yes.
I feel very chill. So the law of relativity in that video did not hurt my brain. Oh, thanks. I mean, we try, but we don't want to try
Thank
too
you.
hard.
Yeah.
This will hurt my brain. Thanks so much.
Yeah, again, if you check out our vintage films, you will get a crack out of
There's
those.
a hoot and a holler, and
Especially,
everything we try to do is more of a regular show, not that drama crap that I do once in a while.
Yeah.
But what we're trying to do on a regular basis, the coffee chat's a new thing.
Yeah.
That we're trying to just apparently seems to be I don't want to say like Bible study, but we're trying to talk about just the things in life that matter, don't matter.
No, we're talking about relativity and
how are things connected? Or
how
not?
we connect things together. Yes.
And what's the other? We haven't done a newspaper thing in a while, but we plan on it.
Yeah, we'll do another newspaper
but we have
segment. So.
Most fun with the film review stuff because they're vintage commercials or vintage educational programming films that I know my parents, they're 70 years old, have seen when you go to school and they bring in the projector, the film, and they pull down the white screen and you have to sit there and watch. It's funny. This stuff is crazy funny going. We have always needed somebody to tell us and guide us, apparently. We don't know how to behave without being told. And we don't know what the first one we did. I think the first one we did was epic.
Oh my God.
It was a commercial. It was a commercial for the 40s or 50s to have a full electronic kitchen. This technology has been around a long time, and they're just now been
vintage films 1, 2, 3. Yeah, just those are hilarious.
Number one's my favorite.
The research ones are actually quite comical as well because they do not know how to grammar or anything, but we do it anyway. And
they don't know. Yeah. We don't know how to.
It's so much fun. The vintage films are hilarious too. But anyway, let's get back to this.
Law of relativity. Let me read from my little cheat sheet. Each person will receive a series of problems. Each person will receive as series of problems. Test of intuition. Lessons for the purpose of strengthening the light within each of these test lessons to be challenged. I think they didn't check their grammar on the second. I'm having a hard time reading off my little cheat sheet. And remain connected to hearts when proceeding to solve problems. This law also teaches us to compare our problems to other problems into its proper perspective. No matter how bad we perceive our situation to be, there is always someone who is in a worse situation. It's all relative. That one hurt my brain. Can we go back?
Wow.
Let me play the video again.
That was a lot.
What I read seemed a little bit of the opposite from the video. So let's do the video again.
Number 9, the law of relativity. Prepare for a mindset shift thanks to the teachings of renowned positive psychologist Martin Seligman. Authentic happiness flourishes not through comparisons, but through embracing gratitude for our own unique journey.
Okay, I'm going to pause it and be like, can we expand off of that?
The teachings of renowned positive psychologist Martin Seligman. Authentic happiness flourishes not through comparisons, but through embracing gratitude for our own.
So this is a relatively, I just said it.
We are relatively talking about the relativism of relativity.
That is, it's like a catchphrase. This is a relatively new, that the guy doesn't look like, it's not like 100 years ago. So
Authentic happiness.
this gentleman's idea was added to the list recently. So this list can be adjusted. I don't know by who exactly, but authentic happiness flourishes not through comparison, but through embracing gratitude for our own unique journeys.
Right.
That was better said than the one I was reading off my so-called cheat sheet. So yeah, like he said, $100 to somebody that's poor and barely sees $100 doesn't mean the same thing to somebody who has hundreds of dollars. Doesn't mean the same thing. So it's a kind of a comparison.
Leading to discontent. If you believe happiness is about having more, you're mistaken. The real essence of happiness is the relative perspective you hold. It's about how you view what you have in relation to others. So the secret to amplifying your happiness is this: stop comparing, start
appreciating. I get that. But sometimes, as Joni Mitchell says, you don't know what you got till it's gone. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. It sounds funny because I said it, but because I know I know the song a little bit. But that's a good example for society and individual. So stop comparing. I wish I had the better, and just start appreciating. Just to be humble. But that just makes me think of being humble and content. You can always get more, but if you're never taking a moment to be satisfied with what you have today and realize that yesterday you didn't have it, you didn't stop to appreciate it, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It's like, take a moment, reflect, you're good.
Yeah, that's
Are you headed out pools for tools?
no. No, I think he hopped
Hi.
over in the other
Much love.
chat.
Oh,
Yeah, he was just hopping.
Really cool. We like to share what happens behind the scenes. So Joe has his channel. I have my channel because we're two individuals to have our own identities. But when we do share stream, we share. Everything gets shared through StreamYard. So we can't see through StreamYard. We can't see who is on his channel or my channel. So we actually have to go into, I have to go into my channel and see who's in my chat to see who's where and what's what. And it's cool because that way you can, if you want to, bounce back and forth, but you don't have to. We're separate, but we still share. I don't know how to say that. You would have to show behind the scenes. I'm probably gonna put you out if I do. Real quick, behind the scenes of share screening, because both of our channels are being blended and combined. Any comment that's made, it's cool. I think it's cool when you share and then we can put it up on the screen, and then both of our channels separately can see, and they'll be like, wait, where are they? Where's that come from? I don't see it in chat. And we're like, it's on the other channel.
Yeah, it's
boggling sharing sometimes.
Yeah. There is noticeably differences between our two channels.
When you appreciate what you
it automatically plays.
Yeah, it automatically plays. So yeah, you'll find there are differences between content between both of our channels. A lot of it's the same. There's a lot different as well. So it's kind of our personalities, I guess. Or,
We're a fun married couple.
yeah, it shows our differences.
Who don't play favorites. If you don't like my channel, I get it. I understand. I don't like myself sometimes.
Right.
And if you like him more, he's more outgoing and socializing than me. Because I'm just not that cool. I'm working on it. Okay, so what's the next one on the Ten Commandments?
Okay, so
I know thyself. I'm okay with it.
Here we go. The next one is what are we on? 9 or yes, 9. Okay, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. That means thou shalt not lie against thy neighbor.
Is it? Is that what it means?
I'm pretty sure, but you know what? We've been doing it already. Let's see what the
clarify some of those bear false witness.
Yes, let's see what the definition here is. Oh, of course, why not? Let's do with the why not bring it from good old Wikipedia, as some call it. Okay, let's see. So, ancient understanding. Ooh, that's got to be good. You shall not spread a false report. You shall not join hands with a wicked man to be a malicious witness. You shall not fall in with the many to do evil.
So, like, campaign?
Yeah. So, you shall not enter in with many to do a slander campaign against another. Yes. Nor shall you bear witness in a lawsuit
and
siding with the many so as to pervert justice, nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his lawsuit.
Pow, pow, pow.
Wow, that's an ancient understanding.
That's on fire.
Which apparently is also in Exodus 23, 1 through 3.
That's on fire. That's a statement. So, not to bear false witness. Let me go back to.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna read this other part while you do that.
Relativity.
Yeah. So the Hebrew Bible contains a number of prohibitions against false witness, lying, spreading false reports, etc.
So, the law of relativity. Each person will receive a series of problems. This is almost like the opposite of, hey, let's go give each other challenges and let's see if we can solve them, like the game of Clue, but without murder. For the purpose of strengthening the light within each of these tests or lessons to be a challenge and remain content and connected to our hearts when proceeding to solve problems. This law also teaches us to compare our problems to others into its proper perspective. No matter how bad we perceive our situation to be, there is always someone who is in a worse position. It's all relative. So, I almost want to say this is like the opposite of saying the 10 Commandments, what is that, number 8, says don't do it. Over here in the universal law says, oh, we're going to do it because we're going to figure out how to solve it when it does happen. I'm like, what? Why would you create problems? Why are you making it harder than it needs to be? What? Why? because we're bored. We don't know. We don't have anything else to do, so we're gonna fuck around and find out. Oh my god! Is that number 8? Relatively.
No, no.
I can't say-
I thought you said that was 9.
9.
9 is relativity.
Okay, the law of relativity. Fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
I have just personal perspective of how
Which goes with number 9 in the 10 Commandments. If you bear false witness, if you lie against thy neighbor, well, you might find out the hard way, so to speak, not to do that. Which
Oh, we gotta fuck around and find out. Oh my god. All right. I think we're good on that one.
Yes.
Good on that one. That didn't hurt. That made my side hurt. I was laughing harder than I was like, okay.
All right, we're on number 10.
Number 10, law of polarity. Jeez.
So this is the last one we can compare to the 10 Commandments because there's only 10 of those.
Well, there's 2 more
Okay.
laws, so we can pick and choose. We'll pick and choose. We'll just see which one stands out with 11 and 12, if there's any. Oh my god. Here we go.
The law of polarity. By understanding this law, you'll be able to view life's challenges with a different perspective. Ancient philosophers like Confucius spoke of harmony and duality. Best-selling authors like Deepak Chopra and Wayne Dyer have delved into the balance and unity of opposing forces in their works. Simply put, everything has an opposite: light and darkness, hot and cold, joy and sorrow. Think of life's hardships. For every challenging event, there exists an equal and opposite potential benefit. Lost your job? This might be the universe's way of redirecting you to an even better opportunity. Faced rejection? Perhaps it's leading you closer to a more suitable and fulfilling path. Every setback is merely a setup for a comeback. The core of the law of polarity is this: every problem has a corresponding solution. So embrace this law and start seeking the potential for growth in every challenge. Number 11.
I like that one. I don't disagree. For reflecting on life, very much so. I kind of see that. Let me see if I can cue it up a little bit. I have it muted, so I'm going to let it play until it brings up. The law of polarity basically was saying duality, which is what I've heard most of things about.
Yeah, the whole yin and yang, and
there's a balance. If there's balance, but it's also like what was that other one? I'm waiting to pause it. There we go. Law of cause and effect, compensation, action. I almost can't remember. They're like blending together to say. I just don't remember. All of a sudden I crashed. I'm just going to play it again.
Of polarity. By understanding this law, you'll be able to view life's challenges with a different perspective. Ancient philosophers like Confucius spoke of harmony and duality.
Uh-oh. They crap out on us? Are you there?
I think so.
Harmony and duality, and then it cut out. You need to like reload it.
I think I might need.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I kind of find it self-explanatory. I do understand that one. Polarity over here. If I read it, everything is on a.
Hold on. There we go.
I'm just going to read it off my cheat sheet. Everything is on a continuum and has an opposite. We can suppress and transform undesirable thoughts by concentrating on the opposite pole. It is The law of mental vibrations. That kind of is like the law of attraction.
Okay, we are back. I'm here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was I there?
Wow. Sorry about that, folks. That was a little technical difficulty there.
Clicky button, and then even the video's done talking about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're almost done. So, I was reading from my cheat sheet because it's only 3 sentences. Law of polarity. Everything is on a continuum and has an opposite. So the opposite of even saying law of attraction, that's what it reminds me of. Cause and effect. All the other ones before, really. There's always aspects from the other ones. Duality, opposite, cause and effect. So to me, it was self-explanatory. I pretty much got it. I understood it, but we'll play it again.
Law of polarity. By understanding this law, you'll be able to view life's challenges with a different perspective. Ancient philosophers like Confucius spoke of harmony and duality. Best-selling authors like Deepak Chopra and Wayne Dyer have delved into the balance and unity of opposing forces in their works. Simply put, everything has an opposite: light and darkness, hot and cold, joy and sorrow. Think of life's hardships. For every challenging event, there exists an equal and opposite potential benefit.
So yeah, hardships, it can get a little more complicated, but sure, hot and cold, light and dark. The simplest form of hardships in life, it can get a little bit more challenging to probably understand that.
Lost your job? This might be the universe's way of redirecting you to an even better opportunity. Faced rejection? Perhaps it's leading you closer to a more suitable and fulfilling path. Every setback is merely a setup for a comeback. The core of the law of polarity is this: every problem has a corresponding solution.
Well, a setback, I don't know, it kind of goes in a different angle. For polarities, there's an opposite. But that says we're humans and nothing's really black and white now, is it?
I like the every problem has a solution.
Does it? Because a lot of people are out there talking about problems like they don't want a solution. So maybe there's not.
Well, I want to venture to say that technically, even if every problem does have a solution, there are other factors that can stand in the way of
Sometimes
getting it
it's
done.
just, I want to say maybe the solution isn't within our reach. It's out of our hands as to what the solution is. And a lot of people can't deal with not having control over it.
You know what? That's what we were talking about again. You know, just the other night is the whole what is in our control, what is out of our control. If it's out of our control, then there's nothing that can be done about it. It doesn't matter if there is a solution if it's out of our control.
Yep. And
There's
even if I do have, let's say I was talking to somebody about not obsessing or taking receipts so much, because you can't nitpick on everything. I mean, you can, but is it wasted energy? And going, yeah, I don't want to nitpick on everything. I don't need to. Once I realize what the solution is and how to address it, I don't need to nitpick and hold receipts on everything. It's out of my control to let go and not try to be all on top of it and trying to control it. Like it's a bigger battle than it needs to be. It doesn't need to consume me. I'm not wrapped up in it. I do have other things to do. It's a choice. So it is like the solution is to The solution is to find the solutions. Simplify it. Get down to the nitty gritty. Address it. Deal with it. It's almost like the solution is for me to, address it to where I feel fulfilled and also empty of it festering inside to deal with whatever is bugging me. That's all I get. I'm like, yeah, I can relate to that. It's self-explanatory, and also just let me summarize it well, so as best as I can.
Hello, Diego. I'm not quite sure what PMP. I'm not sure what that is, but welcome.
Welcome. Okay, so I'm good with that. If you just want to hop over to
Yep. We are gonna hop over to
the 10 Commandments, number 10.
Yes, we are finally on number 10.
So polarity. What's number 10 on 10 Commandments?
Thou shalt not covet.
I think the book has more to say than the internet example.
Yes.
I'm losing my balance. Let's see. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. So what exactly is covet? COVET. What exactly is that?
Right. Well, we are going to do what we've been doing, which is
Clarify.
See what it actually means. So here we go. We are going to do this again, and voila. To covet means to oh my god, I can talk. Yearn to possess or have something that, I'm going to assume they don't have. Yearn to possess or have something.
So jealousy and envy?
Hold on, let's see what yearn is.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can look it up.
Yearn means to have an intense feeling. Intense. Look at that word. Have an intense feeling of
Self-hurt.
Longing for something, typically something that one has lost or been separated from, perhaps.
Yearn.
So yearning is an intense longing.
More dirty, like you're not supposed to commit adultery. It's almost like a repeated thing. But if you also want what they have, it's a jealousy or envy thing. I want a big house. I want a big family. I want a good income to support having a big house and family, nice cars, nice shoes. And assets. Yeah. It literally said ass.
Donkey.
I'm like, okay, so have what is yours. If you want it, go earn it. I don't.
So how would that go with the polarity thing, which is
okay.
Possibly.
But it's opposite. So if somebody has it and somebody doesn't have it, don't. I'm like, polarity is the opposite.
Yeah, one has, one doesn't. So
the have and have-nots.
Yes, you have the haves, you have the have-nots, and apparently you're supposed to just be freaking happy with whatever it is you have, and that's all there is to it.
My brain's starting to hurt again, and my brain's hurting over the 10th commandment. That's the 10th one, right? That's the last one?
That's the last one.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. It almost sounds like thou shalt not curse in vain. They have what you want, so go earn it. You can't just have it. No one's going to give it to you. I just have to, my own 2 cents on it. If they have a better spouse than you, oh well. If they have better servants of cleaning and lawn care, oh well. If they have better assets, oh well.
Yeah.
Whatever they have and you want it, go get it for yourself.
Yeah, that goes back, I think, to that self-awareness part of you should be self-aware to know that you're in the position you're in, and if they have it and you don't, well, like you said, oh well, be self-aware that you don't have it, you probably won't get it. So
yeah, I'm good with
just
that.
be happy with what you have. No one can hear anything.
So, well, I had to back it up. Every problem has a corresponding solution. So if they have something you want, don't just sit there. I guess it's just don't sit there and pout about it. Don't sit there and whine about it. Don't sit there and blame everybody else. You have it, and oh, you know what? That was in Bruce Almighty. He was working for it, but also his own energy, his own pessimistic, nagging energy is why people didn't actually give it to him. He was competitively skill level, good as Evan Baxter, I think is his name. It's Bruce and Evan, but they gave it to Evan because, well, I guess he didn't complain about what he didn't have, and Bruce always did. And he wasn't going to stop complaining until he got what he wanted. But really, are you sure? Because you never take the moment to enjoy what you have, so no one actually believed that he would ever stop complaining about anything because he didn't appreciate it. It's kind of a example that just popped in my head. So we just watched it. So this is the law of rhythm.
The law of rhythm. By understanding this law, you will be able to master your life's rhythm. The famed philosopher Hermes Trismegistus embraced the law of rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. The higher the tide rises, the lower it recedes. In life, this translates to the cycle of success and failure. The more you desperately fight to hold on to success, the harder the eventual fall. Like an overzealous dieter who rebounds into binge eating, or a workaholic who eventually burns out, we often become our own stumbling blocks. If you think that life rhythm is about constant success, you're wrong, my friend. The true essence of rhythm is embracing both ebbs and flows. Here's your key to mastering life's rhythm. Don't resist, harmonize. Align with your life's rhythm and witness the harmony and peace usher in. Number 12, the law of gender.
Ooh, I like that one.
Mm.
The law of rhythm. Rhythm? I'm choking. Rhythm is a dance. Cause and effect.
Right.
Don't talk with food in your mouth. I know this, but I still did it. So, I always back up too far.
Yeah, slightly.
There
we go.
Law of rhythm. Let me read what it says on this one. Everything vibrates and moves to certain rhythms. These rhythms establish season cycle stages of development. Makes a lot of sense. Patterns. Oh, use my favorite word. Season cycle stages of development and patterns. Each cycle reflects the regularity, that was hard for me, of God's universe. God's universe. It's in this cheat sheet I have. Masters know how to rise above negative parts of a cycle by never getting too excited or allowing negative things to penetrate their consciousness. Ooh, that is interesting.
Huh.
This one, I get it. It's almost like trying to, what was that one before? It talked about low energies and high energies.
Mm.
I gotta look at my cheat sheet. The law of attraction is negative and positive energies. Oh, law of perpetual transient energy.
Perpetual transmutation.
Talking about higher vibrations, higher vibrations consume and transform lower ones. You have to work at it, right? The law of rhythm, cycles, patterns, stages of development, seasons, patterns. I think I resonate really good with this law of rhythm one. Yes. Yes, I do. Now that's 11. So does anything on the 10 Commandments stand out? I can't. You have to bring it up. I can't think offhand. The 10 Commandments. Let's bring it up and see. It's the law of rhythm. I guess the whole thing. The whole thing looks good, right?
Yeah.
Because of the pattern, seasons, cycles. I forgot what I was just saying. I like the video saying the ebb and flow of. That's basically polarity. With every high, there's a low. So there's just consequences of basically the commandments are like, don't do this because the heavy consequences, the polarities. Think about the joy
That's
of my goodness. I guess just bring up the video and go on to the next one.
Yep. All right.
Let me skim.
Ooh, all right. We got one more left here, number 12 for universal laws, and then we will probably wrap things up here in a little bit.
Yeah, don't resist, harmonize. It makes a lot of sense, but I want to say in my later years, 41 years old, I could sit here and go, it makes a lot of sense for number 11, law of rhythm. All right, number 12.
The law of gender. This law, it's not what you might think. It's not about male or female. It's about the principle of creation. Esteemed scholar Carl Jung terms it as the
I'm sorry, what? That sounded very contradictory.
12. The law of gender. This law, it's not what you might think. It's not about male or female. It's about the principle of creation.
It's not about male and female.
Principle of
creation.
It kind of stopped me in my track. Okay, I'm going to just press play and hear what it has to say.
Esteemed scholar Carl Jung terms it as the anima and animus within us all. Imagine the seed, masculine, requires soil, feminine, to sprout. Neglect one and growth ceases. Similarly, within us exists a delicate balance of action, masculine, and intuition, feminine. Overemphasis on either creates imbalance. This is about masculine and feminine energies within us all, dictating our creation process. It's not about dominance or submission, but the essence of the law of gender is harmony. It's about acknowledging and harmonizing your inner masculine and feminine aspects. So here's your key to inner growth. Harmonize, don't marginalize. Embrace your inner balance and watch personal growth unfold. Applying just a few of these universal laws has the huge...
Harmonize, don't marginalize. What? I think that's pretty much the end of this video. Credits to Serenity Knowledge. It's the first video that pops up when I type in 12 universal laws. I'm trying to find that. But this is just a video explaining this stuff, right? As best as they can, as best as anybody can. I'm sitting here going, you want to talk about, it's just the energies of creation.
Yeah, the masculine and the feminine.
But it kind of went in...
But they kind of went a different direction, though.
You took it away, but then that's all you talked about. Like, But I guess just as an energy itself of creating, I guess this is all like a thought process. The 12 steps of thought process of doing bettering yourself. I don't see any problem with it until I feel like my brain hurts and I'm like, wait, what? We're so used to, I get marginalizing, but maybe we could try not marginalizing. It just, it doesn't make sense to separate something that's just, honestly, it's naturally there. And we're trying to make it harder than it is.
It almost sounded like he was like, if you're, it's almost like you're masculine male, hear me roar, and if you're female feminine, well then hear you roar. Be proud of who you are. And
I get they were trying to say we have,
I'm like, okay.
genetically speaking, we have, even genetically speaking, DNA wise, it takes a male and female energy to create the next male or female energy. We all have, I've heard the saying, we all have a little bit of both in us. We have a mom and dad, we have parents, the seed, the egg. It's like just trying to focus on the energy and not the physical energy. That just makes my brain hurt. I'm like, I must be too indoctrinated for this one. I just don't see why I can see why to separate the energies to recognize as a male or female energy, but maybe it's because they're trying to use energy to recreate something in itself without the physical. And we just live in such a physical world that physical representation of male and female is just how we understand most things, because we're so separate from energies or the ether and the spiritual realm. I'm like, I could sit here and get into it, how they describe it in the video. How do I read it over here? I didn't read this. Okay. The law of gender. The law of gender manifests in all things as masculine and feminine. So at the same time. Can two things exist in the same spot at the same time?
So, yeah, it's like
No. I just look at that going, no. I might have, obviously, even just saying physically, physically my existence and energy is female, is feminine. I have aspects of masculine. Joe is a male, physically and energy, but he's got small aspects of, because it took the man and the woman had a little baby. It takes both to create one of the both. But I just think of the whole two things existing in one spot. But the law of gender manifests in all things as masculine and feminine. Equal, like 50-50. Not saying that I am 99.9 female and 1% masculine. No, this is like saying 50-50. This is hurting my brain. It is the law that governs what we know as creation. We only know that in a physical, not just energy. We see the energy with the physical. So the law that governs creation. The law of gender manifests in the animal kingdom as sex. This law decrees everything in nature is both. No, everything in nature is not both. Everything in nature is a balance. You just contradicted your whole fucking list or aspects of it. Everything in nature is not both.
Well,
Both.
well, the problem is they're generalizing it.
Wait. Well, no. They are trying to making it harder than it needs to be. This law of gender, the last sentence, both are required for life to exist. That sentence just contradicted. We're trying to say both exist at the same time is the same sentence of both are required for life to exist. I'm going to eat this one up and tear it apart. Ooh. This one hurts my head, but in a good way of going, no. I do not exist as a man, a female and man. I'm male and female at the same time. I am a female, not both at the same time. Because that just sounds like I don't need Joe. I could have had babies on my own. That's what it sounds like. And yet it contradicts itself at the same time. This law decrees everything in nature is both male and female. Both are required for life to exist. Oh, I just realized I don't know why I didn't screenshot this before to show my cheat sheet. I will, especially for this one, I will do it now. Oh my God, this is irritating myself. Let me screen share. Wait, I have to pull it up first so I'm not zipping all over the place. Wow, this one. I'm going to defy the laws of physics on this one. Okay. What's that? This is my cheat sheet. I Googled it. I clicked on this link. It took me to a Facebook link, and I'm not sharing my Facebook. This is what I was reading off of. The one down here. The law of gender manifests in all things as masculine and feminine. It is the law that governs what we know as creation. You need both. Just this, it goes, I can read it over and over again. This thing contradicts itself, but it's trying to imply you need both and both are one. It sounds pretty, but it's not. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, that's a different kind of a headache. I see what they're trying to do there. Mostly because of all the crap that's been going on lately. Because there are a lot of people speaking out about it, that their transition is not what they claim it to be, because it's not. Nope. Denied. I'm going to deny it.
Ooh, well, I missed all that because 4 legs needed to go outside of here.
Oh, that's what you were doing. I shared screen my cheat sheet, which I didn't realize I didn't do that earlier for some reason. And I shared that bottom one that I was reading. I'll just do it again.
Oh, okay.
I'll just let you look at it too. I'm like, this is giving me a freaking headache. I don't agree with this. Law of gender. The law of gender manifests in all things as masculine and feminine. It is this law that governs what we know as creation. The law of gender manifests in the animal kingdom as sex. This law decrees everything in nature is both male and female. Both are required for life to exist. So to have creation, you need sex from a male and a female. But that does not mean masculine and feminine, male and female, is one and the same. That's two things existing in the same location, so to speak. I'm like, no, this hurts my brain and it pisses me off. I'm saying, with all the crap going on that we keep hearing about on TikTok or the news.
Yeah, I want to go, and we wonder why there's identity issues out there.
And the transition, people are speaking out against the transition that they were to do, and they regret it to a certain point. A lot of them are like, no. Nope. This makes a lot more sense as to I see what they're trying to do. Like there's a fucking push that me as a female am also, like I said, 50-50. I'm a male and a female at the same time. No, you're not mind fucking me with that shit. No, you're not.
No. And that's again, that's what it's being left out. They're generalizing it way too much.
The sentence structures in that statement definition contradicts itself. But if you believe a lie enough, because it's repeated over and over again, you just go, okay, I see. It hurts my brain, but I think I see. I used to be that way. A lot more of this, like, of saying, no, I am a female. My energy is feminine. I do not, my energy slowly, like I said, if they're just pointing out on energies, but then they talk about sex and creation, that's physical. We don't know what spiritual, supernatural creation is, and if there is sex on the other side of the veil. I don't know what that is. Right here in the physical, I'm going to take what I know and see and understand and be like, sure, an energy. I'm a female energy. Joe is a male, masculine energy. I'm a feminine, female energy. Energies alone, sure. I'm still not an aggressive female. Doesn't make me masculine. And for Joe to be a masculine male energy, to be in touch with his feelings, doesn't make him feminine. That's how they like to twist things around, don't they? I questioned shit in the Bible too. The last one in the Bible had me going too. I said, number 10 is like hurting my brain. Some things are black and white and self-explanatory. I don't know why other things aren't when it comes up to here's a law. They call it a law or a commandment, a guideline, a suggestive advice piece, I guess. I don't know. It's still something to consider. As the big question was, after comparing these two things, can society, I have it in my phone. Where's my other notes, my cheat notes? To remind myself, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? That was great. Is one better to rule society over the other? 10 Commandments versus the 12 universal laws. Is one better than the other? I think one draws from the other. There's your polarity, almost. Not really. I see a lot of similarities in both. Like, so to speak, the 10 Commandments existed first and written by man. Another man came along, or 12 men, and we're like, hey, let's team up and reword the 10 Commandments. We'll even say 12. So they threw it off to make it look different. Could these two coexist, helping society? Because even the 12 universal laws does talk about God, the source,
right,
and a certain way of living to different. It's just different wording to know yourself, to keep yourself, I would say, holy, and your actions holy and true, to not transgress, to not create negativity. The way the 10 Commandments is worded is like, don't do this because it will create negative, harsh consequences.
Yeah, the 10 Commandments is more that black and white,
just cause and effect,
this and that, end of story, point blank. The universal laws, there's contradictions, there's a lot of twisting. It's
black and white. Could this be a type of utopia with all the euphoricness of utopia? No. It's not black and white. No. I think you need black and white for utopia. Oh my gosh, that unveil that was like a good study of something. It's not just Bible study. It felt like Bible study at times because you're reading the Bible, but we brought in, I want to call it secular thinking. That secular thinking of the 12 universal laws. Okay, there's a God, but we call it universe. There's a source of creation. I'm like, damn, I think I'm not tapped out. I'm just kind of stumped. I can't even answer my own questions to say, no. I'm going to go with no. They don't coexist, and one's not better than the other because we are humans and we are just fucked up. I can't make sense of it. Even hypothetically speaking, can I say yes? I was thinking yes in the beginning. I was thinking yes, they coexist. I was over off the cuff. If I had to give an answer, sure. But going through this and discussing it the way we did, I'm like, no, nah, that is not my final answer.
Yeah. Well, I would say that this particular stream is an excellent compare and contrast just stream, because we took two, like you said, we took two different thought patterns, kind of ideologies, and said, hey, there might be some similarities here. There might be some differences here. Let's let's work through it.
What we were
And
gonna
and you know, ironically enough, it almost, like I think you said just a minute ago, it almost could seem that the universal laws were absorbed from the Ten Commandments. So
I think
who knows?
A lot of off of this right now, the two we're comparing, it seems like one can play off the other. You just reworded it, and I see that pattern all the time through different books. There's so many similarities. I don't know how many books there are. Let's even just say there's 12 books of some kind of faith-based indoctrination, the Bible included. And then you got the option of not choosing one at all. Because I said, if you put all the books out on the table, you've read them all, plus the option not to choose. So you have 13 options. If there's 12 books of choosing a faith, the 13th is not to choose one. They're all considered written by man. They're all considered indoctrination. Which one do you choose or not choose? Even if you don't choose, it's still looked at as indoctrination.
Yep.
It goes back and forth all the time. So that's really understanding how everything can be connected. I don't want to say all roads or faiths lead to the same creator, because I think it was just overplayed and almost like cheesy to me, of just saying maybe it's just really, really is a personal journey and you gotta fucking figure it out for yourself. At the moment right now, because I'm kind of tapped out, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
You got to figure it out for yourself. I'm still feeling like my core source is the Bible, but I did like some of those on the list of 12 universal laws. They really resonated with me, especially the rhythm one, number 11. I really like number 11. So I'm always open. That window is cracked, so to speak. I'm like, oh, that's interesting to really look into it, though. What about you, Joe?
Always looking for that breath of fresh air, right? I got that window cracked open. Just,
and you know, get the fan going.
Let the breeze in, you know.
So, Joe, what did you get out of this? How are you thinking and feeling?
Wow. I'm thinking I've been up too long. Oh my goodness,
you can't redirect.
My brain is fried.
I won't let you redirect. Come on. Give me something.
That's wow. Wow. That was a lot. That was a lot because there was a lot of times where I didn't even think there would be any similarities between the two, but the more we went through it, the more I realized uh, how similar things are in that. I don't want to say that there's 12, you know, universal law. I mean, obviously there's 12 universal laws. Wow, I cannot talk. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, I've been up forever. Um, to me, a lot of it does come down to black and white. I still kind of stick to the cause and effect sort of thing, and I am
Number
I
5.
am growing, learning, trying to broaden my horizon. But like you pointed out, the more we dive into the compare and contrast between biblical and secular, the more I actually get uh, encouraged that the Bible is more correct among everything else.
You're more affirmed in the Bible?
Yeah.
Is that the right word, affirmed?
Yeah, affirmed.
Now, do you think you're just kind of resorting to that because it's a comfort zone? That when I am challenging you to discuss things and maybe consider things that aren't really of the Bible, it's out of your comfort zone and you talked about it, but
yes.
Is it like a spider sense tingling, like Super mentioned, that your comfort zone is your true, and you just, it is. You stepped out of it, you talked about it, you considered it, but you're just like, nah, nope, it's not for me. I like my comfort zone. Because my comfort zone seems to still be this, I'd like to consider that. And I almost feel like I sound wishy-washy. Like I said, I have that window cracked open or the door cracked open. I'm like, I liked what that said, but I'm more likely going to take it and just find some way to slather it onto the Bible or find the way the Bible ties into it. Because my comfort zone is 99.9% whatever the Bible said, because I've gotten so many answers from the Bible that other books didn't give me before. But I'm also like, is there connection with everything? Why? Why did mankind? I kind of know why, but I'm going to say it anyways. But why did someone have to rewrite it over and over again? Not just because language changes over time. Why does somebody have to rewrite? I can't talk.
I honestly, I think that's exactly where I kind of draw my ideas and or possible conclusions. Right, that word is basically I go, if it was true in a certain manner, like you pointed out, why is there so much deceit? Why is there so many lies? Why is there so much twisting? Why? What is the purpose of not just leaving it alone and just letting it speak for itself?
That sounds
because
why are we making it harder than it is? Why is it
what's not
complicated?
Well, it's not just us, but like you pointed out, why would someone feel the need to change the Bible, change the wording, to mess with it? There's books written all throughout history that no one went back and changed it. No one said, nah, I don't want that chapter, get rid of it. I don't want that chapter, get rid of it. I'm talking about after it's published and been out for a long time. No one goes back and just rips stuff out, changes it,
like a second,
so on and so forth.
Fifth edition.
For some reason, the Bible gets to me, gets more scrutiny than any other thing out there. And it's like, why? Because to me, it's like a gem. It's like a treasure.
So
what are you hiding? Why does
the Bible make people angrier over any other faith book? Like the Bible, people look at it a lot of times and they get angry at it. I see that demonstrated a lot. I mean, Christians get angry at the other books, but everybody else is angry at the Christian book, the Bible. And I was like, there's a perplexity going on here. I don't know. But maybe we'll do this. We'll have to do this again. I don't know. We'll say 10 Commandments versus other laws. I don't know. I don't really remember what's out there. But apparently there's New Testament commandments. I don't want to call them commandments.
Oh yeah, we never.
I don't know how else to phrase it. There is there just the one, or is there a handful? Because I try to Google it and it's kind of all over the place. So maybe next time when we do this, we'll do the 10 Commandments of the Old Testament versus the New Commandments, and some other things to consider, because the only way to figure it out is to just ask questions and analyze the crap out of it. That's what I got so far. I'm very tired.
Yeah. Well, we are going to definitely hit the 6-hour mark. So we are going to call this a wrap. We're going to call this a stream, a show. We are going to hit these outros, and they're fun. The outros are fun.
Super Sidewinder.
Yes. Special shout out to Super Sidewinder. We will definitely check out his music videos. And again, we will put the links in the description box here in a little while afterward.
The video that we used for the 12 universal laws. It's really good visual.
We will put that all out there. So
we're good.
We hope to see you again, be it coffee chat or vintage films or research or.
I want to have fun for a second, because this is what my brain feels like.
Everything's over now, and all that's left is you and the infinite void.
Because it does feel like a study.
Yes.
It wasn't just the Bible; it was like a study group, because we were talking about other, another list and comparing it. So that's what my brain feels like right now.
That's it.
So.
All right.
Yeah. Roll that outro, man.
Yep. Y'all have a good night, and we'll catch you again, hopefully on the next one when we get to it.
See you around.
Catch y'all later.
How you say your name? Young Mooski?
Don't ask questions.
Oh, no, you first.
When you tell somebody something, it depends on what part of the United States you're standing in as to just how dumb you are.
Grandma, you can't just kick me out.
I can too.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
If you were waiting for the opportune moment, that was it.
Quick, change the channel.
Hold up. Hey.
This must never be seen by anyone.
Why? Here goes. I sped. I followed too closely. I ran a stop sign. I almost hit a Chevy. I sped some more. I failed to yield at a crosswalk. I changed lanes in the intersection. I changed lanes without signaling while running a red light and speeding.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yes?
Not you, him. What's your name?
Me.
Yes, you.
I am me. He's me. And I'm you.
You, me, everybody.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.